Hello. Yum. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yum. Yum. Oh, I just want to hibernate. Ugh. Kind of low energy. The person is very strong today. I am sorry that the depression is like low for you today and what have you. The energy for me is low, personally speaking, but I'm I'm sorry that the depression is hitting you. It's not hitting me like specifically, but you know, hopefully it's not going to be like a huge problem and what have you. And hopefully like, the longer you stick around here and such. Also, is the music loud? I feel like the music is loud. Okay, maybe that's a little bit better. But yeah, so also hand, there we go. Hi everyone, happy Saturday. It's probably Friday night for some of the Americans over here. Saturday morning for me. I like doing it at like 9 a.m. because I feel like that's, if I want to sleep in or something like that, I can do that. I didn't sleep in this morning because, like, for whatever fucking reason, my body didn't want me to, like, stay. Also, hand, come on, stop. I don't know why, but if I don't have my left hand for the tracking, like, watch this. You'll see it, like, just start to glitch out. Because it's like, if I put my arms, like, maybe, T-posing style, maybe? No? Okay. Nope, never mind, I guess. Or maybe it's because of the fact that it can see my elbows? Is that it? Nah. The demo for Dynasty Warriors Origins went live today. Oh, nice! I have only ever heard about the Dynasty Warriors. I've never actually played any of their games. I am a weird Zeebs where ever since I've gone... Also, this music is too loud. I'm gonna swap to a different thing. I absolutely love this. Sorry. Okay, so we're gonna listen to that one. But yeah, so, where's my brain at? But yeah, I haven't played a lot of, like, different games outside of, like, my comfort zone and such. Dynasty... I have the Hyrule Warriors one. I feel like I would actually enjoy Dynasty Warriors, but I've never, like, committed to actually, like, picking up a, inline canon copy or something like that. I've only played, like, the Hyrule ones, and, like, that one I haven't even, like, gone through, like, a full proper thingy-majiggy with. I went through it for, like, 5 minutes, and I was like, this is kind of neat, and then never touched it again. So, need to fix up that one. I'm going through like, a Pepsi Max, hoping that the, maximum Tazio sugar will actually, like, wake me up. So, but yeah. Hope there's other people in the... Is there other people in there? Are you just lurking? Are they just hiding in there, just waiting? I think they are. That's fine. That's fine. It's like the evening for some. It's the middle of the night. It's the day. Pepsi Max, my beloved, I'm here. You came a lit because of the Pepsi Max. Is that it? You heard Pepsi Max and you're just like, oh, it's one of my peoples. Also, hi there, Davey boy. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing all right. So yeah, you know what? Let's just... Actually, no, I need to go back onto my stream deck because I've been moving some buttons around. Because what I've actually been trying to do is this has happened a few times. It's happened more than once for me. So this is now committed to me going, fuck it, I'm going to fix this. I have created a folder for my stream setup stuff. So rather than having the two buttons of like setup stream and start stream, because if I misclick one of those two, it fucks up the stream. Like, for instance, if I click on setup stream while I'm in the middle of streaming, it starts opening up all these different applications, and some of them don't like running twice, and it's like, oh fuck, and it ruins the experience. Meanwhile, there's a start stream button where it actually like resets the counter, it takes you back to the home screen, and yada yada. It's absolutely a pain. So what I've done is I've now created a quote-unquote setup stream folder, and that has the start stream, setup stream, I can choose between Vignon or PNG, but the PNG one isn't active right now because I don't want to run video player like all the time. And then it has things like, you know, swapping from the PC to console capture, turning on whether it's PNG redeems or VTuber redeems, and then resetting the face and such. So it's all there. And then I've added a button here. You have like a 24 pack behind you. Davey boy, I have an unopened 30 pack right now in my kitchen as spare, and then another 30 pack that I've currently opened where like 10 of the drinks right now are sitting in the fridge. So hang on a second. I'm gonna get another one. Hang on. I'm not double parked right now. This is the one can, and I'm allowed to drink these soda. Like, I bought like a whole ton of these, like when I was first on my diet back in like mid-October. I bought like a shit ton of diet sodas because I was like, oh, I'm allowed to have diet sodas. So I went and got myself like a 30 pack. Like, I got 2 30 packs of Pepsi Max because they were on sale, and I didn't want to, like, you know, feel tempted to go into the grocery store to pick up more or anything like that, and then be like, oh, I'm gonna get this little thingy-diggy as well, and ruin my fucking diet. I have not gone into a grocery store in weeks now. Any whoosies, they're so good and way more healthy than, like, typical diet sodas. I didn't know about that one, little bit. I just know that it's a diet soda. Alright. Behold. Oh, wait, let me up the gain. Hang on a sec. Let me just... 1, 2, 3... 4, 5. Alrighty. You ready for this? Booyah! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. That way I'm not... I just wanted to up the gain of the mic just a little bit so you had like a chance to hear the crispiness of the can. But yeah. The cans... I haven't added to use quite a few of them because, amazingly enough, as I've been on this shake diet, I used to, like, don't get me wrong, I used to consume, like, a liter of diet soda or whatever soda a day. It was very easy for me to go through, like, more than 4 cans a day if I was not being responsible. Nowadays, though, 2 cans usually do it for me so easily, sometimes even only 1 can. I don't have a lot of 1 can days, but I do have quite a number of 2 can days, and I don't go higher than, like, you know, I never go higher than 3, personally speaking. I might go 3 this day, just because of the fact that I've had one in the morning, and I have another one right now, but, you know, I'm gonna, like, this second one is gonna last me for a good hour. So, yeah, you know, less cans and what have you, so... But any whoosies, the other thing I wanted to point out as well is I've added, like, because of, like, moving some of the stuff into one of my buttons into folders, I have, like, a little more room now. So now, thanks to StreamerBot having, like, an actual Elgato Stream Deck, plugin, rather than it being, like, pseudo buttons or pseudo hotkeys, it's actually like, oh, here's a WebSocket server to do the commands and shit. So if I'm in a video game that steals my, hotkeys, it's not a problem. I can now just go, wha-bam! Look at that! I have a button that will just run an action. In this case, the fact that I have a walking pad. I would very much like this walking pad. You made lemonade today? Nice! Was there a lot of sugar in it? I know sugar is like a relatively important thingy-madiggy for what's-a-whoosies, for, brain. Come on. Sugar is, like, kind of used for lemonade because it's, like, a very bitter sort of, fruit. So, color me curious on how that's, treating you and what have you. So, yeah. But no, any whoosies. Ding, dong, hit the pause. We've got this game here. Oh, hi there, unnamed. Fuck you. Telling me they think that Chappelle Rowan is shit. just like being like, all I want to do is feel sad all the time. I just want to have Radiohead. I don't need diversity in my album to help me go through the spectrum of emotion. Fuck you, unnamed. You want to be sad. You need a spectrum. You can't just be sad all the time. It's not, you can't, you're allowed to be sad, but there needs to be nuance. There needs to be like diversity. It's not all a spectrum, Grant. No, you don't get to make that joke. I get to make that joke. I don't know if you're on the spectrum. I'm on the spectrum. I get to make that joke. Also, hi there, double dog. Triple D, double D, double dog. That's it. That's what I wanted to call you. Double D, double dog. So, because I know it, because, like, yeah. Pautism. Fuck you. Anyway, shoutouts to, unnamed. Good. Ding, 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 ding. Dong. Because Unnamed has been going through... They've been having a rather lovely time, and they most recently played the fucking Minecraft game with their pastel colors. Fuck me yourself. Unnamed. I hope you realize I have your model. I have done things to your model. Behold. Hang on a second. I can present this one on stream. And, you know, they're gonna absolutely... Fuck you, pervert. You're the pervert! Fuck you. Where is it? Give me... Where is... I will find it. Behold! Nope, that's the Yeen punching me in the dick. That's... I'm not gonna show that one. Oh my god, I accidentally deleted that one. Not that one. Not the one punching me in the dick. Behold! Oh shit, that's big. Control D? Nope, that's not... Okay, what's the button? Control D? No. What's the transformation button where it... Okay, centered... Okay, Control F is fit to screen. Okay, Control F. There we go. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this, people. Look at this. Look at it. It's the Yeen. The Yeen's just like, har har, I'm a Zeebs. Har har. Long. Yes, long. I love how a name is like, I am an artiste. You're a pervert. You've seen my Blue Sky reblogs. You can't say anything about being a pervert. Hey. Oh, hang on a second. The thingy-majiggy has to... There we go. Hey, first off, thanks for checking out my Blue Sky. I love Blue Sky. It's fantastic. It's better than Twitter. You don't have to deal with Musk or like, the fantasization of like fanaticism and, falling down the right-wing pipeline. It's fantastic. Secondly, if you'll notice, some of those reblogs feature unnamed. They've got titties on the stream. Fantasization. Wait, did you mean by this? No. The, fascistization. Sorry for the dyslexia moment. Like, the fascists and how they're turning more fascists. Like, they're not doing that thing from Twitter. Blue Sky is fantastic. You should check out Blue Sky. Hang on. Do I have a Blue Sky command? No. You know what? Just go to GrantZeebs.com. Just go to GrantZeebs.com, and then, like, you'll get to my, Blue Sky. Also, how dare you steal my shirt, Fizz Tiger? Also, har har. Har 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 har. Oh, I can, actually, hang on a second. Ding. Transform, edit transformation. Is there a way for me to reset the, no bounds? Okay, there we go. And then size 120. No. It will not let us do it like that. All right, cool. Shrink. Shrink. Alright, so there's the image there. And then close. And then let me just change it real quick. So we'll go for... Here's another one. Also absolutely fucking tiny. There's another one. Lol. Unnamed must be regretting giving me the fucking 3D model now with like fucking renders like this. And oh, here's another one. Here's another one. Here's this one here where I went and stole their hair. Look at them, and it's like I can hear like F-18 warning signs after I stole their hair. I'm just hearing like the cloaker sound or something like it's just like as I'm running away. What else? You know, I just want to show you more nonsense because like I don't do this very often. Like my Blue Sky, way too many of you horny motherfuckers love my horny shit from Blue Sky. There is not enough of like the people that are enjoying this shit. Or here's one that I've actually this one I've actually sent to work. You're a grown-ass man. Read the email. So that like that one there I've sent to work. That one's my own. Let's see. Oh, me when I go into Yeen's chat. Horny motherfucker zooms in on unnamed. I bet you they're right there. Look, there they are. Look, unname's up there, and then they're up further high up. Not having a Twitter command that shows Blue Sky, for shame. So yeah, and then what's another thing I have so many memes. Oh, this one, Kahlua like pouncing on my ass. Like, hang on, out of context, but god damn it, I really need to learn to like not make my images so fucking huge. Like, Jesus Christ, these are not helpful for you know, doing the what's-a-mahoozy thing. Oh, sweet Jesus. How big did I make this fucker? Control E. Okay. So. 2, 2. There we go. So this is Kahlua pouncing the absolute, like, you know, thingamadoogie. Don't forget you're here forever. I should probably make that a thingamadoogie, shouldn't I? Because, like, it's an easy thingamadoogie. Oh, and then there's this one. Gosh, good heavens, would you look at the time? What's another one? What's another one? Oh, this one. Me, honestly. I am a the hapless romance and desire for a partner to share love and affection. I am socially capped and cannot resume this conversation. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Tempting to put this. I can't put this. I did a Moist Critical reference, but I can't do that. Oh, here's me on, you can probably, let's see. Look at me! I'm in Fortnite! I am a legendary skin in Fortnite! You've made many memes of your Sona, some of them are unhinged. Excellent! Love it! So yeah, I need to do more images. So, this one wasn't me, but I want to share this anyway, because this is funny. This one was done by one of Unname's moderators. I applaud them. It's so funny. Good for you. I should probably thank whoever it was that did that. Redo that one where in the middle it just says lewd renders with Yeen. No. What it's going to be is there's going to be one side where it's going to be like, I would like to make some amazing, highly detailed 3D renders. And then on the other side is just like, Big peepee. That's what the meme is gonna be. It's gonna be either critical thinking or big peepee. Also, hi there, Savage. Welcome to the stream. I am not going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV right now. I am just doing like a fucking like these are just things in my collection and what have you. Oh, and then this one, this is my personal fave to use sometimes. This one right here. Anytime I see my zebra referenced or my account referenced in like someone's post or some shit and I didn't intentionally do it, I'm just sort of like, hey, that's me. That's me, GrantZeebs. That's me. So yeah, look at that. I'm right next to Tailblazer, Morg's in the shot, Pink Slut, and then like look, it's unnamed, like right in the center. I'm in the same sort of circle as Solo. I'm not as close as Booster Pang, but one day. So yeah. Ding. Dong. A ding. But yeah. So many memes. I wish I could do more. But it's just difficult. I just don't have the time. I am just exhausted so many times. Alrighty, the adorable Boyton. I think I can change your attire around. I can give you a better axe, I'm pretty sure, at this point as well. I'm gonna give you ferocity. Sort. Titanium gold. Titanium gold. I'm gonna give him the titanium gold, just so you can understand just how fucking, like, crazy horny, the fucking creators were when they decided to do this unhinged shit. And then Crystarium Earring Offending. Let's move you up to this one. And then... Okay, so that's a 99. That's a 99. That's a 90. And an 87. Yeah, let's get you this one. Light Heavy Bangle Offending. Sure. Oh my god, I have too many rings. I'm gonna need to get rid of some of these. So that's a 97. That's a 95. Wait, why do I have a Skype? Ah, never mind. Fuck it, I'll give you the 100. Current job, warrior. There we go. He's got an item level of 666. Look at that. 0666. I think I just heard the words. Yes, Pink Slut is the name. Pink Slut is a they're a 3D artist similar to Unnamed, but not in the same realm. Where Unnamed is a 3D big booby artist that is normally utilizing custom characters within Daz Studio and Blender, depending on their goal. Pink Slut uses an entirely different program. Although they do like extra edits and what have you, and they might dip into Blender, but I'm pretty sure they're in the other ones. So yeah, you know what? You are good as you can be. Let's assign you on a big adventure because Lord knows I am going to be at this for a whiles. And knowing my luck, I might even move into an entirely different server and what have you after I go through some of my nonsense. Yeah, also, this is my fucking character now. He's got sunglasses. Yes. He really does have the vibe of that dude at a soccer game or a baseball game that's gonna be like, listen, I know there's not a lot of nuance to this, but you should hear me out. And then he's just like giving it a very difficult time to whoever is sitting next to him as they watch the sport. But yeah. I'll need to clean up my glamour at one point, but that's a problem for another day. There is nuance to baseball. A royal invitation! Boluruk is eager to hear how you have been getting on. Ah, it is a pleasure as always, Grant. Have you been able to relax lately? Thumbs up. Wonderful. As busy as you have been, with the rites of succession among other things, you deserve an opportunity to experience Tulio at a more leisurely place. Sampling the tacos at Zabriatai is one such way to do so. They're made the traditional way and laden with fillings and are absolutely sublime. If you have an empty stomach, the owner, Brooke Evu, will look after you. I'm gonna pin that message, the all caps of, there is nuance to baseball. Okay, so Unnamed is telling me that I should go visit them in Texas. The things that they've already told me that they're going to have me do while in Texas. Number 1, shoot some guns. Number 2, attend a barbecue, get some real Tex-Mex into me. Number 3, go to Dallas in a convertible. Number 4 now is watch a baseball game, as if I haven't seen them before. I sat during a Baltimore Orioles. Number 4 is get shot, is it? Well, if it isn't Grant, alone today, are you? Yeah. While in the convertible in Dallas. Ah, okay. Nuance. Okay, there's the nuance right there. Also, hi there, Star Kuma. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing all right. I didn't do anything with the patch content besides going through the raids last week. So this week we're going through the patch story. So we're gonna see how that's gonna be going for us, which should hopefully be nice. I see. If you have a hankering for tacos, then you're on the house. Consider it a token of gratitude for your help tracking down those treasures. Go ahead and find a table. I'll bring you your meal as soon as it's ready. But yeah, this is what my character looks like. I will be real with you, it is very tempting going into another Juno first walk, because I am allowed to pick up more items. So, actually, let's see how quickly we get into it. Nope, it's going to take at least 8 minutes. You're doing good? You're just tuning in from the gym? Ah, nice! I know I should probably, like, put time in for exercising and shit, but I don't like going out. Which is why I have as a featured throne item, Unnamed stole this from me, by the by, a walking pad. It is a treadmill that can hold 145 kilograms. It can hold my dump truck of an ass. And if we ever get that walking pad, you can you bet that I am going to be like doing like a marathon stream or something like that, where I'm going to be walking at least like 3 to 5 kilometers with like different kinds of like subs and bit incentives. But in order to get that, I need the walking pad. Ignore the fact that it's a woman in like, activewear gear. I'm not going to be, wearing activewear gear with a crop top. You still love tacos, I hope? You ate so many when you turned 5, you could barely move afterwards. Remember that? Oh my goodness. No, not really. That was 30 years ago for me. Right, sorry. It's just so strange for me too. Just the other day you were a little boy clinging to your mother's skirt as you set off for Yazulani. And now you're a man grown with a face full of hair. Even so, I knew you were my son the instant I saw you. We're still family, and you can always rely on me. Relying. That feels like the only thing I'm doing right now. On you and everyone else. Can't even start a fire without assistance at my new job. Back in Alexandria, we had Electrope. If I needed fire, all I had to do was press a button. Everything was at our fingertips. Get on that twerking. If you give me a bit, I can come with you for an alliance raid. Oh, I would appreciate that. Okay, you know what? Let me get through this cutscene. I'm gonna pull out from the Whatsamahuzi and I'll, like, see who else wants to join in for the alliance raid. Just the standard one. But here, I'm helpless. A culinarian who can't even light the stove? The way the others in the kitchen stared at me. Gods, I'd never felt so embarrassed. I'm sorry to hear that. I've been told the tales, but it seems life is really different from within the dome. my wife and children. I was thinking I'd have them join me once things had settled, but at this rate... I say you send for them. If they're your family, then they're mine too. I'll do whatever is necessary to make it work. No, I love how you write impregnator chat. There's no impreg, okay? Like, I can't get in trouble. Grant walking jiggle physics stream. The upsetting thing for me unnamed when you mention that is, given my current, like, weight where I am right now, like 127 kilos, I'm still grossly overweight. Both IRL and VTuber, if I could figure out how to do it with VTuber, I probably just have to do, like, VR tracking or some nonsense like that. And, you know, probably do a little bit of an edit to the bones and what have you. Yes, there would be jiggling, regardless of if it was, you know, IRL or VTuber. Especially considering you keep gifting me fucking bras. Stop gifting me sports bras. I don't have boobs, IRL. I don't have a girlfriend to give them. I can't use them. Stop gifting me bras. If you give me... stay home, but I need to do heavy bag training. Okay. Need to do weekly I need to do my weekly resets anyway. Yeah, so the week... Being 98 kilos at 172, I jiggle quite a bit. I wish I was 98 kilos. Also, unnamed. There's no context. They don't know... Like, granted, I did mention that my blue sky is filled with horny motherfuckers, because anytime I post about, like, oh, my achievement in weight loss, or a fursuit, or, you know, the fact that I'm going on stream, barely anything. Oh... Big milkies on chat? Like, retweet, like again, retweet, massive amounts of like, comment from unnamed telling me I need a bra, comments from, like, you know, bar of VTubers that are just sort of like, hello there, I absolutely love your character. Also, hi there, Soylent Orange, welcome to the stream. I recognize that name. Hey, little Incineroar, why would you do this to me? It's your first himbo stream? Is it? Is it now? Look, here's the thing. I recognize that name, Soylent Orange. I remember the days of visiting artists on Pictaro. That name. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I swear you do something. I swear, like, you're not just, like, you know, a connoisseur of the big. You are actually a contributor, are you not? Like, you've done things. You are like, you've done things. Also, hi there, Wolf Fox, welcome back. You are an author. Fucking knew it. I'm gonna be real with you. Author was my first option. The second thought I had was like a comic book, thingy-madiggies. Of course, little Incineroar wants this ass. How am I doing today? A lot more energy in the morning than normal. My two big things are probably the pageant comment I did with Spiraling Staircase. Ooh, possibly. Wait, were you responsible for Working Girls? Is that what it's called? I think no, because I think Spiraling Staircase did the art for like the chapters, and the Working Girl. The Hooters like, yes, brilliant, love it. You've done some stuff. It's so there's like two people. Oh. DJ ah, hang on. Accidentally sniffled. All right, let me just have a drink of water instead of. Also, chat, check out the fact that there is, you know, treadmill. You've done a lot of comics for Expansion, Muscle, and Giants fan. Oh, that's cool. Honestly, that's amazing. Because I'm familiar with, like, granted, like, a lot of the stuff that I'm familiar with you has come from my earlier years of browsing DeviantArt and this is gonna be a deep cut. But do you know about the website The Overflowing Bra? Like, that one there is a fucking fever dream. There's been some good stories from that one, and some of them are like, oh, here's a rich text file, but then there's this one series where it's like the Island Diaries or Our Home Ranch or something like that, where it was done as a HTML file, so then that way there was text and a background, and then there were images, and the images were like inlaid like at different points in like the chapters as sort of like, oh, these are like, you know, artistic renders, and they're like almost from a journal or some shit. Motherfucker, I won the Halloween story back in 2007. Oh my god. Soylent, like, huge props to you. Amazing. Of all people, Johnny Swell owes me a pic. Oh my goodness. I don't know, maybe Unnamed knows many of these names, but I don't know how many other people know these names, but oh my, oh, this was, sorry. Honestly, this made my day. This is fun chatting. I used to like writing. I used to do writing quite a bit, and then, I don't know, how the Adventures of Berry Girl ring a bell? They do, not 100%, but I'm gonna be real, I could be like, you know, mixing that up with like many other like Berry Girl or, you know, Blueberry-esque stories. Anyway, sorry. I would love to just like sort of just, you know, have a fucking nostalgia berry of just being like, remember the overflowing blah? Remember the Adventures of Berry Girl? Remember Booze being massive? Like, I need to focus. I need to I have a cutscene to get through, and I have to get through it before the Alliance raid pops. Is a trip seeing artists and writers that dig big things pop up in stream chat. Honestly, it is. Message me on Blue Sky. I'd love to chat. Awesome. Fantastic. I didn't mean to overhear, but it seems you're having trouble readjusting to life in Tulial. Thou Wuklamat? Mm-hmm. To aid folk like yourself, we've established a support group at the Wing of Reflection. There you can learn the skills you need to live outside the dome. It isn't easy being back, I know, but I'm hopeful that they can make things easier. That's exactly what I need. I'll definitely seek this group out, and I'll bring my family with me. Thank you. Absolutely clown bullshit at work coming in the form of no one has the key to the office except me, and I left my keys in my other bag. Jack, you need a corporate environment. I only ever hear like the worst from your work every time. No, Sir Dragon.
Put on the maid outfit.
Why? I do appreciate the Hyper Himbago. Thank you so much. Oh, look who it is! I was just about to go and find you, Grant. You don't mind the company, I hope. I could use a bite to eat myself. Oh, god damn it. No! No, you can't look up under the skirt! Hopefully I'm back at... Yes, I'm cool. But yeah, two things. Number one, Soylent Orange, lovely to say hi to you and such like that. At a viewer of your work, I'm obviously not 100% knowledgeable of all the things that you've done, but absolutely love it. Two, Jack, yeah, you're gonna need a... I'm gonna be quite real with you. Every time I hear about your work in chat, it's never good news. Like, I hope you realize that I've been hearing nothing but red flags from you about this place. I know that it kind of sucks and what have you, but you need to, like, you took a mental break for like a week because of this place. I think you need to look another place. We need to have a chat. First off, I need to know where the fuck you are, because I'm gonna be real with you, like, I work in a company that's like international and shit. Like, knowing my luck, there's probably something near us, or I know a connection. if there's a small chance for it, I am definitely gonna be like, hey, look over here. Ah, the tacos here never disappoint. So, what you've been up to lately? I have been catching up on... I wish. I so wish. Chat, I so fucking wish I could have just been said I've been catching up on sleep. But really, I've been making a name for myself at the Arcadian. You're really out of your element here, huh? Which element? We got like a number of elements going off here. They're actually blaming me for not returning the keys. I'm like, wasn't fucking me that left it in there. Yeah. You're fighting in the arena in Alexandria? By facing off against tough opponents, I'd wager you've honed your skills even further. As for myself, I've been keeping busy with duties at the palace, but whenever I find a moment, I like to walk the streets and talk to the people. That way, I can better understand the problems they have and share them with Koana to figure out solutions. I was on one such walk just now, and as I mentioned, I was hoping to find you. Uh-huh. Koana and I have something we want to discuss with you. As Dawn's servants, do you have a time to continue to the palace? Or come, sorry. Do you have time to come to the palace? Do you have time to come to the palace? Why do I put so much inflection there? You've been here 10 minutes and your work has more red flags than communist China? Soylent Orange, they, like, so one thing, Jack is not in the United States or the UK, they're not in Australia, they're in, like, Southeast Asia somewhere, so it's gonna be some real fun, like, mom and pop drama gonna be happening there and such. Do you have time to come? That reminds me, I actually have a, do you guys know Bricky? Do you guys know Bricky from, like, YouTube and Twitch fame and what have you? I don't know why, but they said some unhinged nonsense, and I had to go and get these, like, as, like, voice thingamadickies.
I need cock. I need cock. Cock, 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 cock.
No idea why I have these, but I have them none the same. I have them all the same. Great! I'll go on ahead. Please come and join us once you've finished here. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Alright, alright, now I need to withdraw from the Juno thingamadiggies. Where is... Savage? I do not see Savage. Never heard. Alright. Okay, actually, one of the things I should probably do is... Ding dong. I'm gonna move over to Materia, just in case, Velk is interested. So, Materia Ravana. Ding dong. Start. You've just finished up a roulette? Awesome. I made you laugh once. Let me know when's a good time to do it again. Anytime. If I normally stream like Saturday mornings and such like that, so this is probably a really good time for you personally. But I also stream, you know, in the evenings and what have you. Nose, excuse me. You heard the joke about the cannibal and their nutritionist? I don't think I've heard of that one. I've heard of the one about the lions eating the clown. One lion looked to the other as they were eating a clown, asking, "Did this taste funny to you?" Wow, fuck you too, unnamed! What the fuck are you doing in this chat instead of, I don't know, like, smoking cigars and hanging out in Dawson and Dawson's and, you know, being a disruptive piece of shit? The cannibal and the nutritious. Are you getting enough proteins in your diet? Gosh, I think they've all been amateurs. That one's that one's a good one. Thumbs up on that one. Cause of when you friend and I hate you.
Nani?
What did one sagging tit say to the other? We better find some support before people think we're nuts. That wasn't a good one. By the by, I have a Discord. There is a meme channel in that Discord. Sir Dragon has been pushing the hard yards, trying to add their memes and what have you to it. Sometimes they're hits, other times they're just sort of, you know. So, I love the one with the Toasted TV. That was pretty good. Which one has been a good one? I still don't understand the one that Sky posted, where it's just quite simply the, you know, the what's-a-mahoozy, place. But, hang on, where's my Discord? Exclamation point. Discord. There we go, there's the Discord link. Alright, so, it is really fucking empty here. Also, Little Jerry, sure. I love how it tells me there's like so many things I could be doing. Hello, Melon Boy. Welcome back. Good to see you again. How am I doing? I'm doing fairly alright. Ignore the fact that I'm currently in a maid outfit. That was Sir Dragon. Fuck Sir Dragon for throwing me in the maid outfit. I am currently sitting in Materia Ravana because I'm going to send a message to Velk and be like, hey, we're going to do an alliance raid. You want to join? Let me just move in someone from the stream rating room because they also want to do the alliance raid.
Hey.
Ayo.
Okay. Now I need to check.
Was not gonna ask about
I'm
that,
just
but
checking
okay.
which of my characters actually needs to run through it, because I might as well run it on that one.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So yeah, I only have like
Damn.
I only have like one piece of like fending gear from it, and that's the body. Think so. It's like a 720. So the things I want to aim for is, well, basically anything that can be like, you know, like legs or, yeah, legs or anything else, quite really. So, and then, wonder what the legs would be like, honestly, or maybe the hands. I don't know how. So yeah, I don't know how I feel about the top because I feel like they're doing like something rather generic, almost.
Well, the gear that you get is literally what those archangels wear during the second last part.
Oh, okay. So it's just, you know, heavy emo.
It's literally what they're wearing.
Okay. I will
So.
check DMs. You found Berry Girl again. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah! I've seen these images. Also, thank you, Sir Dragon.
Oh, okay, that one's already gone through it as well. Damn. So looking at it, I guess it's the character that I just got through Dawn Trail.
Nice. So you need to. So you'll need to go through like the cutscenes and what have you, won't you?
I'm gonna be skipping them anyway. I've already seen them, so I can just skip all the shit. So.
All right. Okay.
It'll be quick anyway.
Fair enough. What are we talking about? Oh, so Savage Burr over here, Savage over here down in the bottom, Autumn, the giant bear with their tits and bellies spilling out. They've got like multiple characters in Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG. I only have one character for the critically acclaimed MMORPG, and that is my bun boy GrantZeebs right over here. I was first a Rogadin, because Rogadin was like the closest himbo. Then I went and bought the game, so then that way I was a Hrothgar after Heaven's Ward. But the Hrothgar was not really doing it for me because they didn't really have a lot of headgear, and they were just, you know, hunchy and all that kind of nonsense. So I then went to a Viera, because Vieras are still pretty tall, but they didn't really have a lot of headgear with them either, which is really fucking weird. So now I have, like, 2 Fantasias in my inventory, because one of them was for the release of Final Fantasy patch 7.0, and a second one for Final Fantasy patch 7.1. And I have no fucking clue what to make of them. Also, cat lady. She cool, she pretty. I like that it's cool that she has like a red tail, but a white face. Interesting. So yeah. Ooh, stomach. I think you should go back to Hrothgar. I know people think this, but I'm not 100% certain.
I know I'm probably gonna switch. some things a little bit with my characters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the highlight color, I was messing around with seeing what he would look like with what my characters would look like with a slightly different highlight color, and I'm actually kind of liking it.
Nice. Fantasia is essentially just a, hi there, Davy boy. I'll send you an invite to the party. A Fantasia is just simply a potion that you're allowed to, you consume it before you go to sleep, like you go to like log out or enter the bed in the game, and what it allows you to do is it allows you to recreate your character entirely. There's like a cheaper option that can have you change the hair, which you can
Yeah,
like
you can change specific.
you can change like specific things with like the crystal ball or something like that. But a Fantasia is something that you normally have to purchase with real money and allows you to go through an entire recreation of your character. So, hang on a second. Let me get my
like,
photos.
I would say you can change about like a quarter of it with the esthetician.
Yeah, the esthetician is a hairstylist,
the rest
basically.
of it you can do. Yeah, and then the rest of it you can do normally.
Because the idea with the hairstylist is that they're able to have you go through the hair and makeup stage, which I feel like is sort of like, that's when you're doing finishing touches and what have you. But yeah.
Yeah, which I have to, thinking about it, you reminded me I have to run and grab my other one on this character. Because I grabbed the first one, but I don't think I've grabbed the second one. That's in Gridania. I'm double checking.
Alright, hang on a second. I need to find... Because there's the screenshots. Open in File Explorer. Because I'm trying to find the, Alright, you know...
Got it. Talk to this guy and get some stuff from him.
Because a while ago, I did a thingy-majiggy of just grabbing... I did this a while ago, so I'm gonna have to, like, scroll through, like, all these different... I have so many, like, terrible photos of me in fursuit. This is why I need an SO. Number one, so then that way, anytime unnamed and red loot try to suggest, oh, here's a sports bra for you, I can go and just be like, honey, what's your bra size? And then, you know, have that as, like, a gift for her. That always clears me out for birthdays and Christmases and what have you. And then, you know, secondly, so then it's a case of, like, you know, having someone to, like take photos of me in fursuit without me, like, you know, fucking up the actual, process. Let me
Well,
find...
I've now bought basically everything from the achievement vendor that I could want, aside from the Magitech Deathclaw
okay,
mount
so it's
and the 3 orchestrion rolls.
Nice! Alright, I know where I need to go. I found the... Because it wasn't, like, proper
Let me
screenshots.
teleport
They
over
were,
here real quick.
They weren't proper screenshots. They were ones taken with VLC, because I did, like, a recording or some nonsense. Alright. So.
So apparently I've actually already gotten the quest to the point of having the raid unlocked, so I just have to do some slight adjustments with my character, and then we'll be good.
Yep. Alright, cool.
Where the
So,
fuck is the vendor where I can buy dye?
ding, donk.
God damn it.
So, by the by, this is my, hang on, let me just do the crop and padding. There we go. So,
Where the heck?
this was, like, one of the first characters I tried out in the character creator for Dawn Trail. Ale is, you know, trying to, you know, create, like, because the Makote is very popular, because number one, furry coated, easy. Number two, they can wear hats. Despite the fact their ears are not normal ears, they're allowed to wear whatever fucking hats. Number two, fuckable. This is an Elizin. They are not the most common species. And then this is the Aura, which apparently they were doing adjustment. Like, this one was supposed to be the one they were doing the most work on because, you know, they had a very, like, you know, flat face kind of thing. And then this was me doing, like, you know, my beloved. Alright, this is my current character, by the way. This is my Viera. This was my character when you're zoning out in the taxi. Wait, which one was the hot one? The Aura with the horns? The Elizin with, like, the ears? Or the Makote? Catboy? Elf Boy? Dragon Boy? Or Cat Lady? And then here's my bunny. Then this is my Rogadin. I might honestly fix him up. Cat lady, step on me. Also, this is my bung girl. Look at her. My beloved. This was my Rothgar. This is how I first made him during the events of, like, Heaven's Ward and No, not Stormblood. I think halfway through Stormblood, I switched over to Viera again. You said hot for the aura? You haven't played an MMO since WoW, at least not when I wasn't being paid to? Damn, you get paid? I wish I could be paid for playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV that comes complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward and award-winning Stormblood expansions up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime. Also, this is because I had to complete it. This is me, who've made a human, and then oh, that's orc meat. Never mind. So yeah, so I've tried, like, making one of, like, each of the different, what's-a-mahoozy things. I'm gonna be real with you. I do like how I feel like if I try and not go with, like, a male character, it's like, you know, I feel like I'm cooking. I feel like I'm doing my best to make, like, such an attractive character. Like, oh, she just, so good. And then, but yeah, I feel like my Rogadin or the human is the weakest. So yeah. Ding, dong, habang, habong. Close that. Back over to here. Where is... Oh, that's a cool astrolabe. That's honestly cool.
Oh my god, can this thing fucking load quicker?
Oh yeah,
oh yeah, I want that. I need to get that one.
Wait,
that's one of the first ones I'm gonna get on my main, because that, in terms of Heaven's Ward, because I like my Astro Gumball.
Nice. Also, I need to double check the thingies. Also, ding, Vilk. Wanna do some alliance raid? Question mark? It does look pretty cool.
Re-edit character, yes.
I wish Grant would pay me to play this game. That is, you know what? Maybe that's what I need to do. You paid me $2 to play War Thunder. By the by, if you want me to play War Thunder instead of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV after the Alliance raid, $5. You was huge into Ultima Online and EverQuest back in the day until you realized paying someone else for something that I felt like a part-time job. Ooh, interesting. Interesting.
Okay, yeah,
so yeah,
there we go.
Because
that's what I want.
I feel like this game here, like, this is like my first proper MMO. Like, I've played World of Warcraft, I've played Warframe, Adventure Quest, Dragon Fable, Mech Quest, RuneScape. What's another? Oh, Silk Road. There's a video. There's an MMO called Silk Road, where you can play either on the you either play from, like, the European side or the Chinese side, and you can, like, so, like, you start at either Constantinople or China. Also, hi there, Velk.
That's a sentence to comment on.
Then you got your job at
like,
Blizzard
oh
and was
my
like,
God,
holy
the way
shit,
my
I am
character
so
got
over
off
this
the
game.
bed since I was in the,
What?
Since I was in the inn.
Oh, I love how Davey Boy's like, wait, I played this game years ago. You played the Silk Road MMO? It's honestly, it was such a beat for me when I heard Silk Road is down, and I'm like, the MMO? And then I googled Silk Road down, and it was just like, oh, they're talking about, like, an entirely different Silk Road. They're talking about, like, the illegal trade, like, as if they're on the original Silk Road. So yeah.
To be fair, I would have done the exact same thing.
So yeah. Did not know about the stuff that Soylent Orange does in the IRLs. I will be real with you. But yeah, are you here for some fun alliance raiding?
Sure.
Sounds good. We just need to wait for wherever Savage's character is. Friend. The Funny Pill website. Wait, is this you?
What do you think?
I just want to... You're a Lalafell.
Yeah, I have a character that's a Lola.
Cookie for Bookie! You're never gonna find me as a Lalafell. There's just forewarning to anyone in chat looking at this little pipsqueak and thinking, wouldn't it be funny if Grant was this small? Alrighty.
I will bite your ankles.
Alrighty. Let's see how quickly we get into one with just 4.
The funny thing is, when I go into my burst as Viper, yeah, I become a fucking supersonic speed potato. So
Really now?
Yeah, I'm not even joking you.
I was just here for
Like,
humor. For
I wish I could show you it right now, but I can't. We'd have to go to a striking dummy somewhere.
You saw my blue sky post and just like, haha, he seems neat. Oh, I am a fucking, like, just autistic nightmare on some days. I can do the quips, I can have fun conversations, and then other times, I just want to sleep. Or I'm just gonna go non-verbal as I'm going through the Dragon Age Veilguard storyline. Shout out to Blue Sky. Oh yeah! Unnamed also has Unnamed done... Have you put, like, a Blue Sky thingy-majiggy to your thingy-majiggy Unnamed? Hang on. BSKY app / Oh, it doesn't autocomplete Unnamed for me. That's a shame. I haven't gone to Unnamed thingy-majiggy in recent memory, so I'm gonna need to search for it. Unnamed art. Okay, now you've not. I don't know who's been doing this. Or Grant will non-stop talk in VC. Fun. I don't know who's done this, but there's a number of people on Blue Sky in some of the circles that I follow. Because if you have your own domain, so for instance, I have my own, GrantZeebs.com. You can apply that domain as a Blue Sky handle. So it's sort of like a pseudo, hey, here's a domain handle to verify, to like do a sort of verified user. So you can have like, the idea is that if you're a corporation, you can do like your corporation.com. Or if you're a journalist for CNN or some nonsense, it's like you can have the journalist name.cnn.com and shit. Interesting stuff. Someone has started, I don't know who owns the original one, and it's so tempting to figure it out. Someone has the domain Hyperwang, and they have been given, and then there's other people getting Hyperwang. So you'll have like, you know, booster.hyperwang.com.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will say if you were wanting to see how it goes, how it is, we could go over to where a striking dummy is and I can show you.
All right. I think the nearest one for us that's like really
there's one over here
in Summerford.
Yeah.
Yay, free trip.
It's ridiculous when you see it.
Unnamedart.com. Hey, the chemist one is still like featured as what's new. It's one of my. That's actually honestly one of my fave comics.
So yeah, just over here. It's freaking ridiculous when I do this. Let me try to get the thing. Okay, there we go. So here it is.
Uh-huh. Oh, you're just like almost invisible.
And there it is.
Nice.
And then of course there's these things that I can do. But yeah.
So
But yeah,
my
it's crazy.
opener is just, you know. Oh wait, wrong thingy. Ding.
Ever since I got Viper leveled up, I've been really liking it. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's basically my opener. Reset enmity. Crackhead gerbil death rain. What? Like that's probably the best way to describe Savage's little character runt. Also, Jesus Christ. They say less than 5. Oh wait, hang on. It's just because we're missing like 10 DPSs and a healer.
Yeah, we're not missing much.
Yeah. Awesome.
Which for this character, he can only do DPS right now. I need to get his tank, his warrior leveled up. Honestly,
I have so many things I need to level up, personally speaking. Like, I most recently got the ring as well. That makes it so that there's a boost up to level 60.
oh yeah, that ring is so good.
Look, like, I want to... Okay, I want to get the most painful one out of the way, and that is Black Mage.
Yeah, I'll admit I'm kind of just like with my Femroth, I'm just like fuck it. I'm not really gonna worry about the.
Because I know you can buy class boosters from the online store. I do not want to do that, especially since like I haven't even got them like up to like level 60 or anything like that.
Yeah, well, for me, since I've had everything level like pretty high level at this point, and I know how to play them, I'm just saying fuck it and level skipping majority of them because I don't want to go through the pain.
Nice. But oh my god, so many.
I feel like the Heavens. I feel like Heaven's Ward and later aren't as bad. I know the Stormblood and later are real easy. Like going from 50 up is so much easier because at least you have roulettes.
How dare you, unnamed? Get in here. Explain yourself, unnamed. Why must you steal my himbo-y muscles? Why must you do this to me?
Actually, I should double check what I should be going for while we're in here.
How to craft, for instance, and use the crystal it gave you. Oh, are you talking about Final Fantasy XI? Velk, you've been going through...
Yes.
I was told when I made my joke of, oh my gosh, we're playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG featuring a critically acclaimed dungeon from Final Fantasy XI. Chat's like, it's not critically acclaimed. Also, unnamed, explain yourself.
There's a reason.
Look at him. Oh, you're using the ice cream!
Yeah.
Hi, unnamed. How you doing?
Hi, Grant. I dehimboed you because you don't deserve it.
I don't... Oh, how can you say that?
You don't deserve it, Grant. Take your muscles away. Never get back.
So, anyway, back to the original thingamadiggy. So, Vel, you've been going through the Final Fantasy XI. I've seen a number of streamers actually going through Final Fantasy XI as well. Like, the servers are gone, aren't they?
Yes, we're doing a TOS for, unfriendly thing of a private server.
Uh-huh.
But that's also because even on the original servers, I couldn't play it anyway because I'm Australian.
Yeah.
Whoops, my bad for picking the wrong nationality and getting that debuff.
Sorry for my roguelike run-through starting with bad stats.
Yeah, and also, weirdly, bad Wi-Fi, despite the fact that we're the ones that invented it. Like, what do you... Anyway.
Okay, first and foremost, Australia is not alone in the invention of Wi-Fi, and Australia, historically, in any of their things they invent, they do it once, and they don't bother improvising or improving on it. They've done the protocol, and then they were just like, yep, our work here is done, we have set the guidelines of the bureaucracy. Do you update the bureaucracy? No, you don't. Do you innovate on the technology? No, you don't. You just export your resources and all of your wares, and you don't actually innovate.
And doesn't that just explain society in a nutshell? Anyway, back to 11. Yeah, it's bad. It's unfriendly to the player. There's no real tab targeting. You have to use the numpad to target things. And even then, that's a hassle. There's no weapon skills until level 5, in which case you were just grinding at that point, just to hit level 5. And when you do that, you get to use one weapon skill per 2 minutes. And also, regeneration out of combat isn't a thing unless you rest, which is another button that the game will not gleefully tell you about.
I'm sorry, how long for a weapon skill?
About 2 minutes. I only could do it once every 3 fights. Also, the one skill that I did get at level 1 was called Perfect Dodge, which had a small hour cooldown.
Okay, it takes like 30 seconds for upheaval to come back. What's one of the longer ones I've got? Shake It Off is...
Home Gang.
And that's not even not even
That's not
long
long.
compared to the other tanks.
Yeah, but to be real with you, Holmgang is one where, Wait, why do I have Holmgang?
Oh yeah, I forgot I have no clothes on for this. Like, Super Belide, that's 360 seconds. Let's see, what's...
I think Hallowed is 540.
Living Dead
It's
is
something
300.
ridiculous.
Let's see, what was...
420.
What was it?
Davey boy,
Yeah.
you're not gonna find me going through an 18-hour fucking, fight, no matter the version. I don't care.
240.
If I will blitz that shit. I am willing to learn speed run strats to avoid doing things for longer. Cause you know what my least favorite thing in games is when it like mechanically pads you out. This is why I didn't like the what's the name of the they look like the Doomslayer, but they're not, and they got the horns and they had like a shield and they pull out a shotgun. What's the name of those people from Doom Eternal?
Hellsinger?
Hell-
Wrong game,
Wrong.
but...
Close, but wrong. Hey, I got my muscles back. But yeah, when I first met that enemy type, I hated him. Because...
The Doom Hunter?
Yeah, I think that's what they're called, the Doom Hunter. Because every other villain you were dealing with, it was like, oh, they have a weak spot, where it's like the Kako Demon, it's like you just need to shoot a grenade in their mouth or something, or rather the Chargers, you need a pinky, you jump over, hit him from behind. Like, all of them had weak points or something, or rather, and it wasn't like weak points of like, oh, you need to wait for them to do their combos and then you can do a thing to them. It's like, no, you could outposition. The Doom Hunter, however, you could not outposition. If you went too close, they would shotgun you back. If you went too far, they would, like, start doing, like, nonsensical, like, charges and shit. You had to actually time and, like, you had to engage in them in, like, a fucking one-on-one duel, which is fine when you first met them in a boss battle or something like that, but still painful, let me tell you, because, they up the health and shit. But when you started seeing him as, like, a normal enemy in the wilds and shit, pain. Because you had to engage him. And you had to, like, for me, I had to put my put my emphasis on him and all that kind of nonsense. And it's just like, no, this isn't fun. I don't want to go from, having my power fantasy across, like, several different enemies, each of them with their different, like, tactics and shit. And then the minute a Doom Hunter comes in, it's like, oh, hang on, this is now a boss battle with, like, minions as ads. Didn't enjoy it.
I agree. That was something that kept me away from Doom Eternal.
Hmm.
Every time I saw the playthrough, and I was just like,
Yeah. I then learned that
Didn't look
there's, like, during, like, one of the speed running glitches that I wish I could engage with is the fact that you can somehow activate both assault rifle bonuses at the same time. So the idea is that you would activate the sniper rifle mod, which gave you, like, huge amount of crits, it damage and shit like that when you're, down scope. But then it would activate the other thingy-majiggy at the same time, which is the rockets. The rockets would have the same speed as the sniper hits, and they were always critting because, it's explosive damage and shit. And so and you would have a much higher fire rate because of the grenade mod that went off at the same time as the sniper rifle. So someone just, like, went up against a Doom Hunter, went into the assault rifle with both the mods activated, and it was just like a fucking just a laser beam of rockets, like it was a fucking bolter instead. Loved it. Wish I could replicate that. God damn it. How long is it gonna take to get into this alliance raid?
8 more DPS.
Is that, like, still, like, that's, like, almost half, though. Is that a lot? Like, to wait on?
Usually not, but...
So, yeah, because... Yeah, if you look at Alliance raids, they're looking for tanks. Actually, is this in the Alliance raid, like, roulette? The, Juno First Walk?
I don't remember.
It will be.
I don't think it is right now, though.
So. Oh, I still have to go through fucking Algaea. Aglaya. Keep forgetting that. I have all these dungeons. Something in the Eden's verse.
Okay, yeah, it's not in there at the moment. Looking at it.
Ah, okay. So if you were to do it, then it's like you'd get into like the earlier nonsense, and that most likely means Crystal Tower.
Well, that always means Crystal Tower, because people will always I'm level cheese every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
They can't do that anymore. Remember?
Oh, they will.
I think.
Well, no, it's literally not possible to do that anymore.
I am curious to
You think that'll
hear.
stop them?
Yeah, because here's the thing: is I'm of the belief that like because of the fact that
The
they've
only
made.
way they can do that is just by not unlocking any of the other alliance raids.
Correct.
Yeah, because here.
They'll
But,
do it.
like, but yeah.
Because here's the problem: is that the Crystal Tower is a required alliance raid, and the reason like to my understanding, the reason they did that, because it was explained to me by I think you guys as well, was the fact that there was a character reference in Shadowbringers, and it made no sense to people. So when Endwalker was released, or Shadowbringer patches, they updated it so that Crystal Tower was now an MSQ requirement before you went into Heaven's Ward, which was you know, bit of a crazy thing. It's like, yeah, I get it. It's an alliance raid back from A Realm Reborn days, but if it's only relevant by, Shadowbringers times, then it would have made more sense to make it so it's like a requirement once you got to like, I don't know, Shadowbringers, but sorry, not Shadowbringers, blah 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 blah. Stormblood. So. Oh wait. So yeah, so I've done those. I've not done any of the Binding Coils of Bahamut because I want to make a team for that one. I want to make like
Linux, no.
Hi, Pink. I see you in chat.
Hi, Pink. Made me come here, but now I want to go back to watch American Dad. You're welcome to do. Also, why am I like staring upwards?
No, Pink is required to be here.
Why? Because they're your moderator, and you need a moderation.
Yeah. They need to put me on a leash and drag me around and spit on me.
Why is our thingamadiggy withdrawn? Oh, because yeah, Velk's
My Linux crashed.
yeah, that. Oops.
I recently had to uninstall my graphics driver via the root because I got the white screen of death.
Oh, I never heard of that one before, and it sounds serious if they've decided to, make it as
It's like a
vague.
blue screen but with less information.
Just flashbang you out of pain, and it's just like, no, Boogie.
Funnily enough, yes.
I'm guessing you're playing like.
Yeah.
Do you have your windows closed, the blinds drawn, and shit like that, Velk? Are you just like
You don't have proof.
you're just a fucking Rothgar, just sitting in your little dungeon, just like sitting with a desk that's too small, with a PC that's too big, with a monitor too small, and the fan's currently running on full blast in one room with the aircon in another room, and then the next thing you
Oh, the
know,
aircon's in the same room.
oh
Everything else is correct.
damn, I really wish I had aircon in the same room. It's out in the living.
I sent you the error I got.
I'm gonna get flashbanged, aren't I? Oh, thankfully no.
No.
Oh no, something has gone wrong. A problem has occurred and the system can't recover. Please contact. Isn't the whole point of Linux is that it's like, so heavily tied to, developers and engineers that they don't want to like, just, pussyfoot around the problem and just be like, nope, here's the full like, things you
Yep.
can do and shit. Why?
I'm back in. We can queue.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's exactly the case. I traced it back to being my graphics card because it's the same font and text that they use, and
I remember like a week or two ago, I had a scare because I rebooted my computer on a Friday, and I think I accidentally forced it restart it again during a update or what have you, because I recently put like video VideoTuber Mini on the root of my C drive because I didn't want any of my VTuber software sitting in OneDrive because sure that's where my that's where all my Twitch resources are, but programs don't really like running when OneDrive wants to try and like sync and upload all the changes that they do on a file that isn't always grabbed and shit. So so that was like a fun, spooky, like half hour trying to recover my PC. Turns out it just needed to do a system recovery rollback, and I just needed to reinstall some applications, and I was only 5 minutes behind from schedule, which was good. Not gonna spoil the fun. Not to worry,
So
Jack.
fucking cool, Grant.
Fixing my own thingy, or the sunglasses? Hang on, let's see. How bad is my frame rate if I present to you in 15 frames, 720p, my stream? Okay, it doesn't look like there's any problems. Doesn't look like there's any drops. So yeah, it looks like the replay buffer was my issue when trying to stream both Twitch and Discord. Yeah, still look to still be good, which is nice. Nvidia really hates Linux. Here's the thing. I think Linux doesn't like everyone, and because of that, like, you know, mentality, no one in the business likes Linux.
Oh, Steam does. Steam loves us.
Okay, Steam loves it, but Steam would rather you use Steam. They've created, like, Steam OS is just fucking, like, Linux flavor, and you just absolutely love when you say, like, oh, I'm a Linux user, and then depending on the Linux user, you have a person going, like, alright, what kind of Linux user?
Have you seen the Steam Deck by any chance?
No, because they do not have it in Australia. Actually, no, it's probably available in Australia in a few days.
Because, guess what operating system that uses?
Steam OS, which is a Linux, what's it called? Yeah, no shit. That's why
everything's running and it's great.
Yeah, no, so here's the so yeah, Steam is the patron saint of gaming. They'll bend over backwards for anyone to play anything. Okay, I have a complaint to say about
no.
that Soylent Orange.
Oh no.
Sorry,
No.
like
Here comes
Not quite.
no, here's what the message needed. So it's because of bend over. So, but yeah, no. Here's my issue with Steam. All right, this is more of an issue with Valve as opposed to Steam. Like Valve is a publisher. They are a publisher that is setting a lot of fucking trends, and a lot of people just, you know, pleasantly forget. They're responsible for battle passes, loot crates, keys, third-party gambling. They are responsible for, you know, the return policies prior to Australia getting on them being absolutely shit. They right now are fucking around with publishers. Sorry, not publishers. With publicists and reviewers, which, you know, prior to Deadlock, granted, they weren't exactly in a good spot, but you didn't really need to pile on by, like, you know, banning one of them from your game because they did, you know, a review that wasn't favorable to you, and you're like, I'm gonna have you have repercussions. It's like, no thanks. Steam is acting like a fucking, like, indie developer or some shit when they are definitely not that size. It's like, you know, Steve Buscemi going into high school and saying, how do you do, fellow kids? No, Steam, you can't do that anymore. You can't just... The massive irony of Twitch interrupting your rant to shove ads in my face. Damn it. Like, I'll wait till Soylent is back, because Soylent's not subscribed, and like, yes, Steam is good. I will admit that. But I will not accept Steam somehow being a fucking god to gaming and is gonna be like, praise be Gabe Newell, who could do no wrong and is unbeseechable in the eyes of the gamer. No, fuck off. That is...
Yeah, that's what GOG is for.
How do you feel about what is it, user reviews on Steam?
All right, it is messy, but here's the thing: is it has, like, if you want to have your so yeah, also welcome back viewers. If so yeah, for Steam reviews and what have you, there's like different kinds. There's like, the ones that are trying to be curators, where it's like, oh, here's my list, where it's like, here's an informative review, here's a positive, here's a negative. Some of them are, trying to be serious, where it's like, oh, this is, good old, it's just like, good remakes or something like that, where they only review about remakes of games and, telling you and being informational, where it's like, oh, this is a game that was adapted for the PC and doesn't do any changes and it's meant to be like minimal crashes and shit. Oh, this game is a terrible port. Oh, this game is amazing and is a rebuild of like the original Resident Evil 2 or something like that. Then there are some like curated lists, and I remember Pirate Software thinking that they're terrible and he would rather they not be on the platform, which I think is a terrible take. He has an issue with like curated lists being like, does this game feature a dog? And they're going like, yes, no, informative and shit like that. I think they're fine. There is nothing wrong with those curated lists, because guess what? The curated lists are not influencing the algorithm of, is this game going to be recommended to you? Because you could have an overwhelmingly positive game and have like dozens of curated lists being like, do not play it, it's got diversity, do not play it features women, do not play it has gay people, do not play it, there's interracial kissing, do not play. But guess what? The curated list, as far as we know, does not influence the algorithm of, hey, is this going to be a top-selling game? Because, amazingly enough, some of the top-selling games in my circles, for whatever reason, are always going to be the fucking 3D, poorly made, visual novel sex simulators. Unnamed, when are you gonna make your 3D sex simulator game? Apparently those are making bang bucks over in Steam.
Why, Grant? You want to bang me?
But yeah, anyway, back to the original thingy-majiggy I had with the issue with Steam and such like that, is that they are operating as if they're somehow like indie devs and shit, when they are way too fucking big to, do that. Alright?
I kind of feel like when it comes to Steam, I like what they're doing, and the idea if they were to ever become publicly traded, like, makes me go, that'll be the day when it gets worse. Like, is it bad now? Could it be better? Yeah, but if they go publicly traded, it'll be worse.
Yeah. The thing is that
they have taken many steps forward.
Yeah.
Yes. The reviews are like something that no other video game site really did on the level that they did.
Yeah.
Or at least I feel.
Because...
And I feel that's a positive thing for consumers.
It's because Steam is a social media platform.
It became a social media platform.
No, it
like,
was. It was...
No, OG Steam was not this detailed.
It was pretty bare bones and barren.
It was pretty bad.
I
remember.
I remember the days of CS. Like, I was in the libraries. I know what I'm talking about out here. Yes, it was like, used primarily as just the DRM for the Steam games, and gamers were pissed. Let me tell you, gamers were pissed when it happened, but they're fine with it now, because every fucking person has a biases towards investment. They do not, like, if you told people Steam was gonna go down in a year, all of them would be like, oh, that's not gonna happen. If it was, that they would unlock the DRM and we'd be able to play our games offline or something like that. No. There is no guarantees. There's no, like, written in the policy or on any of your purchases that you are going, because you know what you get from Steam, and the European Union forced Steam to make this update, which I think is a very important update that should have been done like ages ago, but we are filled with old people in politics, so the age of the internet is grossly under like managed and shit. They've made it a case that anything from Steam is not called a purchase. It is called a lifetime loan. And it's not to your lifetime, it's the lifetime of the platform. You are more likely going to deal with Steam if it disappears, none of your games available. If there's DRM nonsense to it, which, some of the Twitch tools I have, such as Lurkbait, for instance, doesn't have DRM. You can run that without Steam. But there's a lot of games. A lot of games that need that Steam DRM working. And if Steam really did have a magical key to remove their DRM and shit, their DRM would have been cracked a decade ago. There's no way
Why we just simply use GOG.
Yeah, no, exactly. GOG is brilliant. I absolutely love GOG, and the recent news of them doing the whole GOG preservation program is fantastic. And it's one that I like, because the recent like news of like, oh yeah, technically speaking, the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox 360 are vintage consoles and are the first iteration of we are struggling to preserve the video games of that generation compared to earlier titles that were cartridge and disc.
Oh yeah, and especially with stuff like it started with the achievements. They made the achievements, and they really cracked down on any type of cheating software. Like with PS2 and even the Xbox, the original Xbox, even the GameCube, you had stuff like Action Replay. The second the 360 and the PS3 came around and they had their achievements, those were gone.
Yeah, because it just does, like, because some people, like, I remember Pirate Software mentioned that, like, he uses the achievement system as an actual, like, save system to figure out whether people are cheating or not. So it's like some people are being a bit clever with the achievement systems in, like, the Xbox, PlayStation environments and, like, Steam and what have you, and then others are, you know, just fucks around.
And for me, I loved cheat codes for, like, older games. And I feel like when the 360 came out, it was one little thing that they kind of, I felt like they took away from me. From like one little avenue of fun I could have by myself, not multiplayer, of course, but like just messing around.
Do we want to do just some fates while we're waiting for this thing to pop off? Because it's gonna looks like it's gonna take.
I'm done.
Sounds good. I just popped up in Ikrabox. Hopefully some. Did you guys get the little message to teleport here? 10 minutes. So let's go.
Oh, Yucktel. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, what this means is I can actually go with like one of my other characters, which is why limited run is a godsend. That's ringing a bell. Is that the documentary series, or am I thinking of something else?
No, it's a publisher who actually publishes older games.
Ah.
My biggest thing with limited run that I don't enjoy is they do FOMO.
So because of, as it says, limited run, fear of missing out.
So a lot of their games that they do release are like, oh well, this is limited run. We're not gonna show it anymore. But you can go buy it digitally, and then I've bought a couple of like of their deluxe games from them, and it took like over a year for them to get to.
Okay.
So limited run is nice. It's cool, but damn, they got some issues.
Yeah. Okay.
If they kink that out, that'd be great, but I don't think they will because there's no incentive to do that.
I think so long as there's the, like, given how costly games are in the market and the cost of actually developing them outside of a hobbyist thing, because, like, I'm gonna be real with you, like, the stories of, like, Balatro and Lethal Company being, like, you know, runaway successes in the indie scene are great and what have you, but that is a success rate of less than 1%, quite frankly. 9,000 plus games released a year, and you only hear about, like, 2 or 3 of them in that year. Not exactly a really great model to follow by, especially since, as you hear from the words of Balatro developer, that shit was done over 3 years when he was, like, dead, tired, and bored at a business conference. Let's go here.
Soylent, you're right.
How do you say that?
He's an Australian.
Because when you messaged me, I was actually playing Balatro.
I play it in my evenings as well. It's like, because they have it available on mobile phones now, which I'm gonna be real with you.
Ooh.
I'm impressed.
That's tempting.
It is tempting. Here's the thing. They did not do any microtransactions. There's no way.
Oh,
yeah,
bless.
So it is a proper roguelike progression. There's no, do you want to spend like 99 cents to get like a pack of like 5 Jokers now available? Oh, you missed out on your blind? Do you want to spend 9 cents to get 5 free redos? Like, they got none of that. It's quite literally. So, bless them for doing that. Because, you know, quite
Oh,
frankly...
you might want to read this one.
You look the kindly sort. Might you spare a moment to help a poor man in need? You see, I'm dealing with a bout of the melancholy, and could do to have me spirits lifted. It'd work like this. 1, I stab you. 2, you get stabbed. 3, a great weight is lifted from me every art. So, what do you say? Get stabbed? That's a thing? You can just be like, hey, you want to get stabbed?
Do you want to get stabbed?
Get stabbed. Alright, come on, there we go. So yeah, one of my favorite XBLA games got physical releases only through them. Okay. So yeah.
That was the thing. Like, it is FOMO. They'll release it for a limited time.
Yeah.
And then when you go look at the aftermarket, where you go to eBay, like, the third-party sellers are just, it's immense. And it just makes me go, well, that was cool, but can you make a second printing? And they don't really do second printings often. And if they do, it's not a copy of the original box art. They do something special for it.
Yep. MTG and TCG have this issue with any of their publishings, and the only one I've heard that not get to this problem is Flesh and Blood, which isn't, you know, that isn't great, because it's like, I don't play Flesh and Blood. I've already, you know, again, you know, gamer with way too much investment into MTG. I'm not about to...
Stick around.
Oh, okay. Why am I sticking around? What the fuck?
I guess this is a 2-part one.
I didn't know about this. Wait, never mind. I forgot I had a huge bag of... I thought that said racists in my desk. I didn't realize you were trying to say raisins. Okay.
You don't have a bag of racists in your desk, Grant?
No.
That's casual talk.
Next thing you're gonna say, you don't have like a streamer bucket next to your desk either? Like, what the fuck?
You mean a trash bin?
No, do you actually get up to go to the restroom during your stream?
Yes. Have you not heard
Ew.
me like shouting from the other room when I go to pick up my protein shake or go to the bathroom and
I don't know what
people are talking?
I don't know what you're doing in the other room. I don't know. Maybe you went there to goon or something.
You think he plays StarCraft in his off time?
No. Fuck that nonsense. For the longest time, I said fuck Activision, and then, you know, they released Black Ops 6 on the Game Pass, and I was like, I think Bobby Kotick's been gone long enough. I'll give it a try, and I enjoyed it. So.
Streamer piss bag. Yeah, catheter.
So yeah.
You're not streaming
Oh
with
my
a
god,
catheter.
Diablo
what's
is
the point?
available on GOG as well, so maybe that would be a good option. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo, Sir Dragon.
No.
Oh, do you mean Diablo 2 or Diablo 1?
The preservation program has Diablo 1, I believe.
Ooh, Diablo 1 is very, very good.
I am.
Highly recommend if you
I
haven't played
imagine so, because, you know, GOG is obviously prioritizing some of, like, the larger titles and what have you, and, you know, Diablo series, I feel like, is definitely up there. I wonder if they've got... Do you think they would do Warcraft, or do you think Activision is going to be a little...
They already have.
They already got Warcraft 3, like the non-remastered? Nice.
Oh, Warcraft 2 they've done, and Warcraft 1.
Oh, okay, so Warcraft 3 is a bit of a miss for now.
Unfortunately, Warcraft 3, yeah, it's going to take a while because Blizzard have purged all knowledge of that one, unfortunately.
All of their, like, official ones. But as far as I know, like... Because I remember, like, Warcraft 3, even, like, the Throws and Throne expansion, like, someone just in a LAN party, just having that on their PC, like, no, like, as if it was installed, and then they just shared that folder. There was never, like, any extra patch nonsense to do, as far as I remembered.
It was so good.
Is there going to be a Phase 3?
Don't believe so.
Okay, cool. Alright, ding, dong. How much time do we have left in...
2:30. We should be able to knock it out.
Alright, sounds good. Because we are getting a bonus, so... All this just to get more bicolor gems and later on you know, maybe do slight level increase. I know this isn't like the most efficient way to do like a level increase, like, you know, trying to get to max level, but you know, we're already in the queue.
Actually, fates are really good this expansion, from what I've heard.
Yeah, no, they're good because it's like you're accomplishing like more than one thing. But if your purpose is I want to level up my character, it's still, you know, dungeon runs and whatever instances. Not Palace of the Dead, the next one.
For DPS, you might as well just do these while you're waiting for the queue anyway.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I mean. So. Two-color, or are they actually bi-color? They're called bi-color. B-I. There we go. Right up here. Bi-color gemstone. Yeah, we're just running around like idiots. Oh, that one in 9 minutes? Yum. But yeah,
I'm not walking. Screw that.
every streamer has a piss drawer at their desk. I have like plastic drawers.
Use those.
Yeah, but they're filled with electronics and shit. Like, I've got, like, a massive... I made myself a keyboard. I made my first mechanical keyboard using, like, a hot swap system. It doesn't have a numpad, so it's absolutely terrible for Blender.
Oh yeah, I actually love the keyboard I have.
Hmm.
It wasn't super expensive, but it has like an actual like metal casing,
Mm-hmm.
fucking hot swap switches, and it was just like one I just bought
Nice.
off Amazon.
Ah.
I was actually surprised. It's a Red Dragon one, and I was like, damn,
Hmm.
surprised that they would have a hot swap keyboard with this kind of build quality for as cheap as it was.
I thought you were talking about gems in the bisexual flag. Oh, no. Oh, but could you imagine? That would have been interesting, but no, it's basically just two tones to the gem, and they were just like, oh, bicolor because of, you know, translation. So yeah, but no, custom keyboards are, you know, they're like an interesting little project and such, but the problem is that to go like full size, for instance, yeah, it's very costly for that numpad. And I know some people are like, oh, just buy a separate numpad and shit. But then you got like way too many like cables or Bluetooths who's going off where you can have issues. So, ooh, hello, Hobbigoo Porter at 94, Zobro Hunter, my star. I am honestly curious, what the fuck is? Ding. I was curious what was over in this spot here. Anywho, but yeah, so tempting, like, because if I wanted to use like this chunkier, like, you know, mechanical keyboard and such, I feel like I'd want to get one with, I need to get like a numpad to go along with it, so then I can use it with Blender. Because yeah, I use the function keys, I use the keypad. So, like, business-orientated keyboards work better for me than enthusiast mechanicals. So.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I need the numpad, whether it's for simulators, Arma, or Blender.
Oh my god, Arma.
You want to play Arma, Grant?
No, I do not want to play Arma.
You want me to teach you how to read a map?
No, I don't want to do just Boy Scout video game.
You want to go on a road trip and then get in an ambush and then respawn?
You already told me to go visit you in Texas.
Damn.
I was trying to think quick on my feet with that one. So, no. Velk, what's something that you think Texas has too much of?
Don't say guns.
I was gonna stop myself before I said Americans, so...
Oh, that's...
Oh, we don't have Americans in Texas. We got Texans in Texas.
Yeah. The Texans in Texas don't want anyone else in Texas. They don't want no government intervention on their power or their food or their cars or their border security.
Racist. I will say, as a Texas resident, the racists I see more of on the east side and on like the Panhandle region. And honestly, the Panhandle, which is over by Oklahoma, like where Oklahoma and Texas meet.
But underneath the Panhandle of Oklahoma. Yeah, because the whole reason they got rid of that was so then that way Texas could keep their slaves. The one
39th parallel.
Texas being
whatever.
like, we will never secede our land. Can you get rid of your slaves? We do not need this land. Crazy.
Yeah.
What do you think? Nah, never mind. Would be way too crazy to try and do that kind of simulation in my head. So yeah, but racist. Just don't go to the east side. Noted.
Honestly, yeah, the east side scares the shit out of me.
Oh, fair enough. Unfortunately, I'm going to the east side of the United States in Christmas. I'll be up in Virginia.
Oh no, that's different. That's different. You're east and away from the south.
Yeah, no, I'm over in the I'm over in Virginia, which is for lovers. Seriously? No one gonna question that quote?
I'm not gonna question it. That's what it is.
Virginia's for lovers, exactly.
I've heard that.
Meanwhile, Texas has what? The Lone Star State?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's Queensland's? Queensland's is like the smart state, isn't it?
Although honestly, we're more discount Florida.
We are. I think honestly, the best way I've described Queensland to people not in Queensland is a mixture of Texas, Florida. That's what
that tracks.
Because I'm gonna be real with you. We got 3 major cities that are very like progressive, but you go out in the regions, it's conservative as fuck, and cattle is a thing here. Like we actually care about our farms, but not to enough of a level where we are gonna do anything about it. We would much rather just follow the normal norms of just helping out the mines.
The children yearn for the mines. Ugh.
You're annoyed that they put... I'll be real with you, Unnamed. If they made it a reference in the film or something and not in a trailer, I reckon people would just be like, good for them a little bit more. But by making it a trailer thing, it's like I feel like marketers just have no internet culture.
It's old. It's an old meme.
It's an old meme that doesn't even exist for Minecraft. It exists in Frostpunk. It's a because they hear it from Frostpunk because of the whole, oh yeah, you can actually conscript children into the mines or educate them, and it's more beneficial to you as an economist to put them in the mines. So hence why, people are like, the children yearn for the mines. Then boomers just picked on that to be like, oh, these kids these days do nothing but play video games, and then the counter being, the children yearn for the mines. So it's like, no, the children yearn for actual accomplishment and a dopamine release. And you guys are fucking it up by not providing third spaces. You have to be extra.
What you're saying is we got to gamify mining.
That's already been done. Thanks, Gina Reinhardt.
Jeez.
Sorry, that was possibly too dark.
There's good chunks of the East Coast. Maryland's pretty solid. Delaware is harmless. I keep forgetting about Delaware until I am reminded that there's a river. It's always like last on my... I remember, like, this was a thing on Friends, and I did this as a thing at school as well. We tried to, like, list before the session, like, before the half-hour school session was over for, like, music or something like that, because who the fuck is learning about music in middle school? We tried to name all 50 states before time was up. We fucked up. We forgot, like, places like Wyoming and Delaware. Where am I? Also, let me just get rid of this flag because I'm honestly gonna keep missing it. Fight or flight. Gonna have to fly a little bit upwards to climb this cliff.
Warhammer mentioned. We gotta talk about Warhammer now.
Donald fucking Trump. We're in the Warhammer 40k levels of dark at this point. Nah, not yet.
There's new announcements for Warhammer miniatures today.
Okay, now we're in the Warhammer 40k timeline with that kind of, oh my god, announcements. So yeah. So long as you recognize that it was a
They're
bit...
getting their own army.
So yeah. So long as you recognize it was like a little bit too far, Soylent, I think we're good, quite honestly. Because yeah, I've... Hearing about it and all that kind of nonsense. Oh my god, you okay, Velk?
Let it out.
Oh yeah,
It's fine.
I can do this. That...
Fluffy got the idea.
Turali and Zaborit. Wait, who are Turali? Those are not the Mamuks, are they? Also, why did they call them Mamuks?
Those are words.
Yeah, but like...
Those are letters.
Those are letters, but you're too...
I don't know about a word.
They like, the... Am I the only one that's like concerned that someone is just gonna drop the MA to try and be like, oh, like, as a shorthand?
That. Huh.
Just a moment of... names
No,
just look...
that's a wizardry reference that you just made, which just made me feel old. Thanks for that.
Orcs. Orcs without the R. Lol. Nah. I bet you Unnamed has like a little whiteboard beside them of days that Grant has not made a racial term. And he's wiping it back down to 0.
I'm leaving. We're not doing this. No, Grant. Stop.
Where are we going?
Because that was a decent reference to the mooks from Wizardry 8.
It's been
Because that was actually their race.
Oh, that's...
It's been a year, Grant. Stop torturing me.
Have we really been friends for a year now?
I wouldn't use that word.
Stream buddies.
That's still a little low.
Collaborators.
Let's say top and bottom.
I'm clearly the top, right?
I don't know, chat. Chat. I need you to chime in.
No.
I need you to correct Grant.
Well, how many of my viewers here are also your viewers, besides Big DJ and Pink, who I don't think Pink is even here right now. Also, wait, don't you have a... Oh, wait, no, not for another hour. Never mind.
It's not even a stream. It's just a hangout.
Yeah, it's just a hangout. You're just going to be sitting in here.
You're not invited to because you hate me.
No, it's not that I hate you. It's that I hate social deduction games because more often than not, it's just weaponized us versus them, and people do not realize this mistake when they decide to kick out the autistic.
I'm not going to kick you out. No, I'll include you.
Mod tagged? Yes, it did get mod tagged, Soylent, and I'm gonna keep it in that mod tag. I'm going to be real with you.
What was the gist of what it said? Did it say you're a bottom?
No, it didn't say that I was a bottom. They were talking about a currency slang in their first book.
Oh no. Okay.
Look, I hate to break it to people, but like you have to bend because of the state of the of the like the US GDP and shit. You kind of have to bend over backwards to like explain in your fantasy why the US dollar or using dollars is not your currency. And it just like, you know, why try? Like, just admit it. It's a US dollar, but you don't want to do currency conversions.
Oh, we should, can you join us into the Juno party in party chat or party list?
Oh, let me see. Withdraw, thingy, party finder, trials. Oh wait, raids. Here it is.
Oh
Juno.
shit! Too late.
Da-
Damn it! There was a tank spot open, but now it's not.
Damn. That's annoying.
Yeah, and Grant
this-
doesn't have anything else at 100.
Wait, the
No.
alliance thingy-majiggy. That's wait, what? Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. No, it is that. That is the correct way. Damn it. All right. Rejoin. Oh, wait, what? Ding. Oh, because one of our what's-mahoozies isn't Oh, wait, no, that's because I'm still with my gunbreaker. I'm an idiot. That's why. Ding. And then check mark. All right. Just double checking we're all good for going back into the queue.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. Swap back to my gunbreaker. I will honestly laugh if I get a level through all these fates while we're waiting for the alliance to pop off. That's the solution, Grant. We're all autistic. So yeah. But so yeah, no, social deduction games are just I'm not a fan of, quite frankly. It's even when they're like, "Oh, you have jobs you need to do and shit." It's like, "Okay, that's kind of fun, but like the minute you decide to put a spanner in the works of like, "Oh, one person wants to get rid of you and shit." It's like, "Yeah, already you kind of lost me." I would have been fine with all of like make it a time attack where no one is the killer, but it's like, "Oh, you have to do your jobs as quickly as possible." And as you go up in rounds, the jobs have to be done quicker, or there's more complex jobs coming up. You don't need to add in the social deduction level of, hey, did you know you have to be careful of someone going in the vents? It's like, or we could just, you know, keep doing the job. And if you want, you can, like, make it so that if you do want to have conflict, then you just make it so that people have jobs that are conflicting with, like one of like the overarching jobs as well. So you can have someone that's like, oh, they've been told they need to remove like, you know, these valves or these like valve like limiters on this thing here. But then you have another person that's like, hey, you're gonna need to watch these values so they don't go over this level. So you got one person that's constantly fucking up your overall mission because, you know, they don't want you going any higher.
That still sounds like there's a social aspect to the game, Grant.
Yeah, but it's not you're killing someone.
Yeah, you're not killing someone in this game either.
No, but it's one of the
Like, basically the slacker has to fly under the radar. If everyone else is doing their job, they're not going to get caught. There's no way for them to actually get caught.
Yeah, but the slacker doesn't have a job. They don't have a list of
They do. They have a list of things to do, but they are slacker-based tasks. Like, go get coffee, drink the coffee. Go get a banana, eat the banana.
Okay.
Go steal a mouse and throw it away or something like that.
Okay. Oh, I should probably get my
However, your point is very valid because I am a gremlin in that game, and
yeah.
I stir the pot.
I heard like you had like a bit of a fun like you went a little bit too hard, I think, or something like that, and you were a little bit worried, but then everyone else was like, "Oh, this was a fucking laugh. I loved it." And you got gifted art as well by Izzy.
Chat got turned on. I wasn't sure. I don't know how I feel about it.
What do you mean you don't know how you feel about it?
I did. That was not what the mood I was going for.
Yeen with impossibly huge titties doesn't know that the mood that they were going to get from viewers as they played an office game was that they wanted to be stepped on.
No, stepped on and have smoke blown into their face.
So yeah.
But anyway,
People
I gotta.
have just never worked in retail with a smoker then, as their manager.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that, like, anytime you hear the fantasy of, like, oh, I would love to have, like, my, my humanity, like, you know, ruined by the retail workplace, it's like, you've not worked in retail.
Seriously.
Like, I worked...
Also, Big DJ, I'm talking about you.
I worked 4 shifts at a Nando's, and that was enough for me to be like, I'm never gonna badmouth retail on any fucking thing. If I'm ever gonna badmouth about anything, it's always gonna be at, like, the corporate level. It's never gonna be on... Because remember the fucking Szechuan sauce thingy-majiggy in the States? So many people were just being disruptive
times.
in the McDonald's, and they were like, "Oh, they shouldn't have done this because Rick and Morty like made the thing," and it's like, no, it's agnostic to the Rick and Morty thing. Okay, just ignore that. And then people just being rude to the to the retail staff of like, "I know you have more, give me more," and it's like,
And he's stomping on the table.
oh my god, that I am. Why, dude? Disrespectful as fuck.
Okay. Anyway, I gotta go get some dinner before my event tonight. Thank you for inviting me to just
Chat.
hang out in your Grant.
I appreciate it. So, my goodness, I thought we would be in
Chat,
a...
bully Grant. He likes it.
No, I do not bully me. Do not gift me things that are not relevant.
Yeah, you should
check out my
you should
throne.
bully Grant by going to his throne and getting him the walking treadmill thing. That thing is dope.
The walking pad.
That's why I stole it.
Yeah.
That's why I stole it.
Yeah,
It's good.
because if I get it, I will do a marathon stream. There will be incentives, such as an IRL cam.
Yeah, IRL ass cam chat. Grant will neither confirm nor deny the existence of the ass cam.
I would have to work on getting
Booty
the,
shorts.
Okay, one, I don't have booty shorts.
A thong.
I don't have a thong.
You hear that, chat? He doesn't have booty shorts or a thong. That's what throne is for.
To be fair, you have to be a high IQ to understand Rick and Morty. No, you fucking don't. No, you don't. I fucking hate them.
He's shit
Honestly-
posting.
That...
Thongs are really overrated footwear anyway. They suck.
Oh my god, did you see Mike Tyson during, like, the Netflix interview or something like that? He was like... I don't know why he had this. Like, they were interviewing him before the fight. We're just like, how are you gonna beat Jake Paul? And his answer is viciously. And he's like, thank you. That's all right. That's us for now. And he's like, okay, love you. And then he turns around and walks away. And he's wearing like an assless jockstrap or something.
What?
Yeah, I'm not doing the bit. That's what he wore. And like the cameraman
The camera pans down slightly.
Yeah, and it has to like quickly try and zoom in and follow him so they don't show it again.
Everyone on social media was just like, I just saw Mike Tyson's ass and freaking out.
Yep. Oh, it was just so dumb. And then he...
Anyway, see you guys.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. You can see his fat cheeks. Yeah. So, but no, I do not have, like... I have, like... Actually, I have, like, exercise pants and exercise, like, shorts, but I don't have, like, crop shorts or anything like that or any of that nonsense. Please don't suggest it into my throne. I will only accept exercise gear once I have a walking pad. There we go. And then... You're just bringing them all here. And then there's a phase 2 again. How am I doing in the, fates here, actually? This is Yoktel, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I am like a little under halfway there.
For rank 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's apparently a rank 3.
Yeah, there's always a rank 3, but it's like something ridiculous, like 60, isn't it?
40, apparently. I don't know, I've never done these things before.
Oh wait, no, Garlemald has like 60. Why did they make it like so low?
Ew.
Like, why did they make the ranks like so high in the earlier shared fates? It's like almost the reverse of the Aether Currents. Yes, you can say he was being cheeky. Nice. I respect that. Good one. Could they, like, stop attacking our chocobos, please? Thank you. So yeah. But yeah. What's your like preferred like cardio or exercise, Velk?
For what?
What is your preferred like? Do you do like cardio or exercise in the past?
I used to swim a lot, but I'm unable to still.
Sorry to hear that.
It's been 10 years.
Okay, now I need. Wait, 10 years you haven't been allowed to swim.
To exercise.
Oh, what?
I have a pilonidal sinus. Which means that if I do a lot of exercise, problem. If I do a small amount of exercise, problem. If I so much as, like, stretch the wrong way, problem.
Wait, is this a heart or a respiratory condition?
Open wound.
Oh, okay. Ow, fuck.
Yeah, it's unfortunate,
Hmm.
but it's getting better, hopefully.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So with an open wound, is it a case of like Sorry, I'm gonna allow Soyland's thingy-madiggy because I feel like I would actually say that as well, like trying to interpret that nonsense. He says it's like a second butthole that's not supposed to be there.
Correct. Very correct.
So. Oh.
It's a time.
Mm-hmm. So what is it that, like, is the medical, like, opinion to just, you know, leave it and then just let the body, like, do whatever it can to try and, you know, heal and put scar tissue over top, or?
Well, them doing that, my body heals it way too efficiently, which is a problem because then it's overcalcification of the area.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's what it's called, or overgranulation, that's what it was.
So what would end up happening then is then you would have, like, a restriction of that, you know, region. So you would kind of fuck up over muscles trying
But
to...
they have to burn it away.
Yeah. Okay.
So they've done 7 or 8 lots of surgery on it, and it's basically almost fully healed now, but it's just requiring a bit of medical attention that they need to do.
Okay.
And hopefully within a few months, I will be free of this bloody thing.
Okay.
Cannot wait to get back into swimming.
Yeah. Honestly, I really regret not going swimming more often when our family, like, had a pool when we were, like, renting up in the Sunshine Coast, or when I was in university, quite frankly. So, because swimming, like, I can maybe do a lap or two in a 50-meter pool. I cannot go, like, longer than that. Like, by that point, I'm just sort of like, ugh, I need to rest. I need to, like, just sort of, you know, wade for a little bit rather than, like, actual freestyle or anything. So, what in the world? Oh, this is a collection mission, so, yeah. How many do we need to collect for this thing? And if it doesn't do that, it forms a pocket that basically turns into a petri dish of nastiness. They take forever to heal. You had a coworker that had one. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah. The worst injury I had personally has, you know, besides the autism, obviously, because that's just going to stick with me fucking forever. The worst injury I've had has been the dislocated kneecap. Oh, and obesity, but that's more of a lifestyle thing than an injury. So. Oh, fun fact. What do you think was responsible for more fatal injuries in 2021, sorry. Gyms or a McDonald's? Like, sorry, gyms in the world or McDonald's in the world?
Well, given the whole COVID still running rampant in 2021, I would probably say McDonald's, because fast food would still be delivered, and that would be a thing.
gyms were responsible for 44,000 or 43,000 plus fatal injuries. McDonald's had 1 case of E. coli.
Oh, so we're not counting the whole what their food does as a okay.
No, we're not, because like again, fatal injury, not hey, that's a poor lifestyle choice. So this always gets people. They're like, "Oh, McDonald's must have way more because they're responsible for like so many fat people and like, you know, diabetes or some nonsense." And it's like, "Yeah, but no one's choking on a hamburger in a McDonald's first and foremost." Like fatal injuries
You give people too much credit.
It's not that I don't give people too much credit. It's that I understand McDonald's ain't gonna let that shit fly. Gyms are willing to have people suffer because that's the point of the gym. It's just a controlled environment to hurt yourself is what it is. Ooh, dislocate kneecap boys. Yeah! Oh, actually, you might not know this story, and fuck it, I've got time. We're still waiting on the queue. So, back in 2013 or 2012, I was in university. You know what? I'm going to say the university. It's been over 10 years. It's been 10 years. I was at the Sunshine Coast University, so USC, University of Sunshine Coast, and they had clubs there. There was a club called Activate, which was like, you know, people doing rock climbing and all these other like, you know, extreme sports. I wasn't a part of that. I was part of their video game club called Parasol. They chose the name Parasol because it was a, you know, a riff on the Umbrella Corporation, basically. Now, one of the things that they do, and this happened like once every few months and such, was they would host LAN parties on campus. I had like a full-size ATX case or medium case. We first went to the university, like, because we're in this, like, you know, collapsible building or something like that. Or what do you call those mountable ones that look like they come from the back of a trailer? And they're permanent fixtures instead of being like, oh, they're temporarily, like they say they are. Anywhoosies, we couldn't get started with our LAN party at like 9 p.m. properly because the Christian Rock Club was, the Christian Rock Club was doing their thing. Cookie for Sky! Here's your cookie, Sky. Anywhoosies, so we didn't get started till like another hour later. And by then, there was like way more people that were, you know, busy setting up the computers and what have you. And a lot of us were just standing around before, you know, the networking was up and such. No, not the Cactar Sky. God damn it. I'm busy telling an amazing story about how I dislocated my kneecap at university through a LAN party. Also, what in the world? There's so many rhinoceroses. Alright, anyway, now that I'm back here. So, one of the guys, a dude that used to be part of the Israeli military or something like that, he had a pair of ankle weights with him that were like 5 kilos each on each ankle. His idea was that while we were sitting, like, at our PCs, because this is normally like an all-weekend kind of affair, like, we barely sleep kind of nonsense unless you want to sleep on a sleeping bag or a couch. So each of us decide to try out the ankle weights for a little bit, do a little, walk around with them and such. And I wasn't paying attention when people were talking about, yeah, they're quite hefty. You're gonna have, there's like quite a bit of, you know, you have to like kind of carry the weight towards like the endpoint and shit. I'm thinking in my head, oh sweet, this is kind of like Rock Lee in the Naruto anime. So I got the ankle weights on. And I do a little bit of walking. And then I take big steps. And then I try to do some swinging kicks. So I'm like lifting my foot. It's above my waist. There is a pop noise. It sounds exactly like it does in the films. 3 guys are watching me like with the ankle weights on and shit like that. And they look at me and I look at them and I'm like, I think I dislocated my knee. And the minute I tried putting pressure like weight on my other foot, I just fell to the ground. It felt painful putting any pressure on it. I looked down, and I'm still wearing both the ankle weights, and I'm in jeans, but you can see my knee pushed out to the right. Like, the kneecap is just, like, dislodged there. I am laying on the floor, and everyone's like, who do we call? Who do we go to? It's like, can we just straighten your knee and it will pop back in? Nope, it's so fucking painful. I don't want to try that. Next thing you know, there's an argument of, okay, do we call the on-campus security because this is an OHS thingy-majiggy that happened during campus? So they call them first. They come into the scene. No, they can't help us. They need to call an ambulance. So, while they're calling an ambulance, it's the middle of the night, by the way. I call my mom. They take the ankle weights off me, by the way, because they're like, okay, we should probably take these off by now so you're not, like, you know, trying to lift one of your legs up, trying to hold it. And I call my mom at midnight, and I'm like, Mom, and she's like, oh my gosh, ouch, what's up, Grant? And I'm just like, Mom, I dislocated my kneecap, and I'm gonna go to a hospital. And she's like, huh? Why are you going to a hospital? You're at a LAN party. I'm like, I dislocated my... And then, you know, one of the guys, like, takes my mobile phone off me, and he's like, hi, is this Grant's and some parents? Yes, so he dislocated his kneecap at a LAN party. He's right now on the floor, and we're waiting for an ambulance to arrive. My mom gets there, like, a few minutes before the ambulance arrives, because the ambulance is coming from, like, Noosa or some nonsense, and my mom lives at the top of the hill. So she's there. She's holding has my head on her lap or something like that. So then that way I'm not, like, you know, in pain, like craning my neck or some nonsense. The ambulance arrives, and they're like, how would you rate the pain? And I tell them, like, it's a 2 because it's just obvious and such. But the minute I move my leg, it feels like an 8 or something. So they give me this green whistle, and it has, like, it's an anesthetic, basically. It's an overall anesthetic. You're meant to be able to take...
Oh, is that the morphine whistle?
The morphine whistle. So, you're meant to be able to take, like, you know, a number of puffs. You can cover the hole, so you can take a stronger dose, so it doesn't have as much oxygen in it. Ideally, you can only take, like, 2 or 3 strong doses before your arm is too tired, and you're just sort of like, blah. My mom... sweet pea that she is. No, she helped me hold this whistle. I must have taken a dozen puffs. Full concentration of this morphine whistle. I was fucking gone. And, you know, they straightened my, like, so they cut my, my jean leg off to see what the damage is. And they're like, all right, we're gonna need to straighten his leg. So they, like, so they straighten my leg and it pops back in. Because my kneecap has been dislocated for, like, the last half hour, they're like, we're gonna need to go to Noosa, we're gonna need to scan his leg to see if there's any, you know, bones that were chipped or anything like that because of the dislocation and shit. We're halfway through the hospital at this point. I finally am a little more conscious. And I ask, like, hey, when are they gonna, like, you know, fix my knee? And they're like, and my mom's like, she's in the back of the in the ambulance with me, and she's like, oh, they've already done that. You're now going to the hospital so they can double check that you haven't chipped any bones and such in your leg. Huh? I was completely out of it when they fixed my knee, and, you know, they do the check and such. Turns out no chipped bones, which is great. They put me in like this little, like, blue cast thingy-majiggy to keep my leg straight. And it's like, it's gonna, you know, I have to keep it above my heart so it doesn't have as much blood. I want to go back to the LAN party. Even though, yes, I would be sitting down so my leg would technically be below my heart, I told my parents, like, look, I'm just gonna be sitting all day. I'm just gonna, you know, let me just go through the LAN party. Yeah, no, I was a heavy boy, Soylent Orange. I was like 100 kilos, I think, then. Like, it was gonna take a bit for me to, like, you know, get knocked out and shit. But when I do, there's no, because of the autism, there's very little modulation, so I'm out. But yeah, so we went back there. They kept my gene leg. Turns out, another occupational health and safety incident had to be filed because they were bringing in another table from one building to another, and one of the guys nearly rolled his had like rolled his ankle or something, transporting a desk down a flight of stairs over into our building. To this day, we have more occupational health and safety submissions of, so like injuries in the club than Activate. The club that has you do rock climbing and all kinds of extreme sports shit. There is infamy at this place, and I am a part of it. Lord have mercy. Yeah, a couple of fucking nerds. Don't give us ankle weights. Don't make us lift tables. We're gonna injure ourselves. We're back to waiting for 7. What in the world? Oh, these must be locked because they're talking about, like, extremes, are they? Or...
let's see.
Learn turn
Do you
3 and go to
mean-
turn 4. I'm all welcome. Semi-AFK while filming. Oh, no. These are probably, like, coils that I've not unlocked, then.
Correct.
Yeah.
Weird, my party finder menu's fucking up. It just won't even load shit for me.
Hmm. Alright, and then... Ubigo order again. Growing up as a hefty kid does make anything physical much more dangerous. Yeah. To this day, I don't want to go doing, like, weight exercises involving my legs. Like, I feel safer on a machine than with free weights. But you are never gonna find me, because here's the thing. When I stand up, I lock my knees. I'll do that thing where, like, while I'm standing up, I just lock my knee, so technically my leg, instead of being like a little bit of a bend forwards, it's like more of a straight, or almost like, not backwards to like a level that's you gonna go like, none of that kind of like visual nonsense, but enough where it's like, yeah, you was playing football and you got tackled wrong. All right, see, you have an like, that one makes sense. That one's an easy to understand injury. Mine is always a fun fucking story of, hey, you know Rock Lee from Naruto? That.
God, this class is a bloody Christmas tree.
The dancer now.
Yeah.
So what have they done?
Well, so far I've just got another ability that lights up when I dance. So I think that's a total of 5.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I am angry enough to shame any man who's here to collect their 3-meter banner today. You know what? Jack? I know I try not to make myself, like, a terrible influence on streams and what have you, because, you know, I gotta think about the kids. Do it. Quit your job. Move out into the sticks. Buy an island in Peru that is, like, you know, totally abandoned, and just pursue your, dreams of being an artist, being a recluse like, Salvador Dali, where the only times you see him is when he's wearing the craziest fucking drip, and he's just selling his art to the masses and what have you. And then next thing you know, you're an internet sensation because you're a furry that has the dream of living on an island doing furry shit. Leave your day-to-day job. Say fuck you to your manager. Don't worry about bills. Just lie to the electricians. Tell them that it has been paid. They're looking at their accounts wrong.
Although living on an island does kind of suck.
Look, yes, I will be real. Living on an island does kind of suck, but Jack doesn't know it yet. And what's more is, yours isn't even really an island, so to speak. It's more of a what would you call it? A sand barge.
It's an island.
It's not an island. It's like
If that bridge goes, we're cooked. Despite what the elderly think.
Despite what the elderly... That's because everyone on Bribey has a boat. All of they're all on negative gearing.
Hey, Salvador Dali was more recent than Picasso. Huh.
Yeah, no, Salvador Dali, like, there are interviews with him. And believe it or not, he sounds as crazy as he looks. Picasso is...
Oh, it's not by much. Picasso is like 20 years behind him.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought, like, a good number of years. Oh, hey, I can do my...
Yeah, like the 1800s, right? But no, he died in 1973.
Oh, yeah, no, that makes... Wait, are you thinking of Jackson Pollock?
No, Pablo Picasso.
Okay. Yeah, because Pablo Picasso is like a... Isn't he like some Italian dude?
He was, I believe, the artist that does the really weird facial things.
Yeah, he doesn't, like, as the years went on, he went with more and more abstract faces. Salvador Dali was more of a reality bend, and Picasso was more of a bending of the people.
Mine. Technically his own.
Wait, is that why he has, like, the bloodshot eyes in the epic rap battles of history? Is because he was drugged all the time?
Who, Picasso?
Yeah.
I think he actually ended up with schizophrenia. Let me double check that before I spread misinformation.
Oh my goodness, a streamer that's double-checking their work.
Well, I don't like spreading misinformation. I like actually getting the real thing.
No, fair
Because
enough.
it's sometimes more fun.
Yep. And what's more is, like, it's in an area that I also care about, which is the disproving of the myth of the tragic artist makes the best art. It's like, no.
I don't see anything with schizophrenia, so I think what I was referencing was wrong.
Yeah. Because, Van Gogh had some mental issues and what have you, which is why he was medicated and sent to an asylum in his later years. But because he, like, not a mental asylum like, the American Horror Show kind of stuff where it's like, oh, they were, like, fucking lobotomizing him and doing all kinds of terrible nonsense. It's like, no, they were helping him and shit. Like, remember, France, not American health. And so, yeah, some of his best work, such as Starry Night, was when he was medicated and, working through his issues. His best work is when he's, not being fucking broken by his own mind. He's actually getting help and shit. So, that's why I, like, really hate the idea that people think of, like, oh, you need to have trauma to make good art. It's like, no. You know what you need? You need to have you need to be mentally balanced. We just glorify the tragic artist because it's easier for us to try and argue that, oh, you can't make good art if you aren't like, tragically broken, than admit that, some of the greatest artists work even on their worst days, but their best work is on a good day.
The only thing he was suffering from was severe dyslexia, which,
Is this Van Gogh or Picasso?
Oh, Picasso.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying Van Gogh, and I was like, really? I swear there was, like,
Yeah.
a little bit more happening with Van Gogh than just, a severe case of dyslexia. So, yeah. I think you meant that they thought he may have... Speaking of Van Gogh, there's a movie done completely in Van Gogh's multiple styles, Loving Vincent. I have heard of this film. I have not yet watched it. There are several films that I kind of want to get through and such, but unfortunately, TikTok has, like, ruined my, like, attention span. Like, my most recent episode of going through, Ghosts from the United States, I've started pressing the skip button, and I really hate that I do that to myself. I need to somehow, like, slow down my brain when it comes to absorbing media. I need to stop, like, reading or watching too fast.
Yeah, it's not too late.
spawning. Wait, where is my shared fate at this point? Oh my god, I am 3 away from getting to rank 3. Are you serious? Let's do it.
Shame that this is taking so long. Apologies.
No, it's okay. Oh my god, more than 30 minutes. I think the problem is that people are like forming parties and things to get this done.
Yeah, when they
So-
could just go into Party Finder, not Party Finder, just actually queue it up.
Yeah. So, it's a shame that that other group didn't, like, you know... Sorry I didn't, like, catch on to that one sooner.
Oh no, that's fine. I barely caught onto it before it.
Uninstalled TikTok Den. You know, you're probably right, but I don't want to lose my streak with Cap. Oh, I should probably, you know, keep myself alive, because you're not running as a healer, you're running as a bard. Hey, Bosom Buddies is almost complete. Oh, actually, you can probably help me with this one. I need a tomato or something for my chocobo to have its rank or
Oh,
something?
you need a Thavnarian onion.
Fathnarian onion. Okay.
Those are a little pricey.
Ah, so they're not an easy thing to acquire, so it's better to get it from the market?
You can only get them, I believe, via planting them.
Yeah, you
In
have to have
homes.
you have to have a house and do the whole gardening
Crossbreeding
bullshit to
and-
get it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll need to check in with Dazzy's guild if they have a garden. Because I know they've been chaining chocobos historically. I don't know if it's a thing they're still doing, and it was just a case of, oh, they had the money to do the Thavi stuff, but,
Oh, actually, they're not that bad right now, huh?
if I was on Crystal, I'd give you some. What's
The price of them is not. It's actually cheap as fuck over here, apparently.
in Crystal, or...
Like it's not that bad over here.
I don't...
It's only 90k.
I think...
Yeah, that's actually not bad. Hang on.
I would totally get some of those for my main if I could.
I
I'll
can't...
snatch a few
But I
up,
don't-
because they used to be like 500k.
Oh, okay. So,
Yeah, like there's a fuck ton over here that are under 100k.
oh, yeah, wait. Can I go on the marketplace? Oh, hey, I can. Thav...
Yeah, you can buy stuff here.
Thavnarian
The only downside is I
onion.
don't have much.
Damn!
You can get 3.
If I was on my main, I would buy a crap ton of those because I need them for him.
Get a few.
How many do... Because I can only use, like, 1 on a chocobo, can't I?
One at a time.
You need 10 to get the max.
3, 5, 7, 8...
It just sucks because I can't
Unable
grab any
to
for
complete
my
market
main right now.
transaction.
I
Oh,
may have just bought those two.
oh, okay. That's why. Oh, look, Thavnarian onion seeds. Like, is it one of those cases of if you plant one, you're never gonna get it back, or is there a chance of this coming back?
I don't know
I
too
got
much about it.
Me either. I don't know much about housing.
Alright.
You might get multiple. I don't know. It depends on the compost you use.
And then 10. There we go. I'll at least get these, so then that way... So yeah. But, oh my goodness. They've introduced the whole, like, glamour set stuff. I am so annoyed that they only have it for, like, the level 1 glamours. They have not done a glamour set for, like, you know, relic gear or something like that. How is that, like... Come on. Why? Why don't they do it for, like, the higher level shit? I don't want to get rid of the... Like, I spent tomestones on that nonsense. I don't want to have to grind tomestones again to pick up gear from level 50 for the appearance. Alrighty, so. I've got my onions. You must first summon
Okay,
your
so
companion. Ah, okay.
We'll head back there then.
So.
Well, here's the thing, Grant. If yours isn't 10, there's no point using it right now.
I'm pretty
That's what we're
sure
gonna
he's
check.
10. Yeah, he's 10. See?
Okay, yeah, then you can actually use
That's
it.
why I was like, because I kind of like, if you look at his skills, I've kind of fucked him over because it's like I split him. There we go. He's now rank 11. So now I should be able to have him like do things and then. Also, do you want to do some fates around here?
Yeah.
So yeah.
So you've used the onion?
Yep.
Okay.
So yeah, because yeah, this place I've not gone too far into this shared fate, I don't think. Yeah, no, I've got like nothing on him, and I'm only like 2 away for the like previous place. Oh, my chocobo is gonna disappear. I should have. Imagine if the chocobo could be ranged.
Yeah, imagine.
I'm just gonna move him back over here so he's not so far away and close to a circle.
Oh, me thinking about the red chocobo.
Oh, that's at the Bozj front, isn't it?
That's one of them.
And then there was like some others in an alliance raid or something like that, I think, long ago. Submissive moan? Lol. Unnamed!
Ugh.
Alright, Dara Dread, let's go for you. So. Oh my god, I'm almost about to get 99 with my Gunbreaker.
Yeah, these aren't bad.
Yeah. Crazy. I love how we're going to an entirely different fate right now.
Ah, Jesus. I've not seen this one.
The Outlaw.
No, the outjaw.
Oh, the Outjaw. I did not read that correctly.
Why is it naked?
He's always, like, aren't these, like, just creatures? So...
No. They usually have little coats.
Okay, stuns work on him. Also, hi there, Hendrix. Welcome to the stream. We were going to do an alliance raid. We have been waiting like an hour. I know the timer says, like, you can stun him, can't you? There we go.
Yeah, but he's gonna get resistant to stunning soon.
Yeah, but look how quickly we're killing him.
Also, I'm a mage anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Ah, okay. Oh, it's a problem. There we go. Dun, 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 dun.
You are 99.
Yeah! Can't change gear now because I'm still... Alrighty. Yeah, let's go for the one I actually marked. Oh, you know what's something we could have been doing? Sack of nuts.
What did you just say to me?
The hunting marks, remember?
Honestly, no. I don't usually do those.
Ah, okay. Thought they would give you like a rhino or something at this point. But yay! I love that even though I'm at 99, I still don't have to, like, you know, fate sync, which, you know, makes this convenient. There we go. Oh yeah, you're a DPS. You might be able to, like, kill them before they do, you know, their second AoE thing.
Stuck on a cactus.
Alright, let me move him out of the way so you don't get in trouble.
No, that's on me.
Well, you got stuck on a cactus. Cactuses are not fun to get stuck on. Oh, you know what would be a crazy thing? If they gave cactuses, like, a percentile chance to do bind or something when you ran through them. Like, a really low percent. Where it's like, oh, for a level 95, like, area, it's like, oh, the chances of a stun or something, or paralysis for, like, a short time is, like, you know, maybe, like, 5% or
Ugh.
something like that. And then when you get to level 99, it's, like, only 1%. You don't like that idea? You don't like
No.
overworld hazards?
Because I will run into them every time. Every time.
Serpent. Yeah, let's go for you at the bottom here. Where's my chocobo? There he is. Six.
Oh jeez, at level 13 they really level up slow.
Hey! Dinosaurs. Wait, wait, they leveled up what now? Slow?
Yeah.
So it used to be available at a lower level, was it?
No, it takes a while for them to level up now.
Ah, okay. How's the set? There was a time you could purchase the hand-painted frames. Ooh, okay. For the Vincent van Gogh stuff, radio. But yeah. Hey, look, we got ourselves another gunbreaker, you know, having some fun. Cookie is gaining, like, you know, 2,500 experience apiece. So we can only go up, like, 1 rank per onion, right?
Yes.
Right. Also, I need to do my materia extraction. I have a few things that are holding on to materia. There we go. So, what's like the highest, like, materia rank now? 12?
I believe so.
Okay. So a lot of these are 9s.
Well, you can put them into the materia slot vendor and gamble.
Yeah, that's true.
And if you get the blue or green ones, then you get cash money. Or you can use them.
I feel... Yeah, materia I think is a bit of a, like, a late game nonsense, isn't it? Like, if you get, like, you know, best in slot or some nonsense, and you're like, oh, hey, you also now need to, like, slot in things to help compensate for, you know, the thing that you pushed for.
In some cases, yes. If you're over-geared for it, materia won't matter. It won't even count.
Yeah, because it will sink you
It's
down.
a long conversation.
Understandable, fair enough. So... But, like, if you're doing, say, for example, current patch nonsense, like short of you doing like a rampant meta into like, you know, determination or direct hit rate or something like that, you're not gonna have something lowered if it's like, you know, you don't have best in slot. Like say for example, me for instance, where my entire not on this character but on the other character, the entire thing is like the light heavy gear. So and even though like there's better gear out there, but before I grab the light heavy gear, before I grab stuff better than light heavy gear, I materia slot that stuff. So then that way light heavy, if it's missing out on a particular area, you know, it's not as weak.
It's to get you the, or to help you with your stats get the other pieces.
Yeah. So. And materia doesn't influence your item level, does it?
No.
Yeah, okay.
Just your stats.
Yeah.
And usually, tanks will go for crit where it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
And anything else is up to the tank itself, really. Some warriors go skill speed. I don't know about Gunbreaker anymore with their meta.
Yeah. I very much love my warrior.
I know paladins go slow as possible.
Why do they go as slow as possible?
So they do disgusting amounts of damage as is. So if they just go crit det, direct hit, that's fine. And if they get any skill speed, it screws up their rotation.
Ah. Oh, yeah, because skill speed doesn't help with the cooldowns. It only helps with the actual casting.
Yeah. They changed that, I think, in Stormblood. And I didn't hear anyone complain.
Yeah. Because, you know, it's all about...
Yeah, like Paladin, it seems they go for a 2.5. From what I'm noticing.
Oh, that's
Yep.
what the... Because I saw this in, like, a website called The Balance or something like that, because the Wikia makes reference to it for best in slot guides or something. They always say, like, GCD 2.5, and I was so confused by what that meant.
Yeah, it's that.
Like, if you literally look at your one of your abilities on your hotbar where it says recast and then gives you a timer,
2.4.
that's what they mean by GCD.
Yeah, okay. So having a GCD of 2.42 is, like, a little bit too quick?
It's very quick.
Yeah. It seems like well, from what I've noticed, like as example for Warrior, the preferred one
Is 2.5.
Yeah, because they mention how they even bring up how it affects your rotation for Warrior, and it says that if you go with any of the other ones, it'll either drift or it'll clip it. Because it mentions the 2.46 set will drift every third inner release. The 2.45 will may clip every alternate inner release, and then 2.4 apparently may clip or drift alternate upheavals.
Although that class is already a little cooked with their everything now that they have an extra GCD. It's not fun, apparently.
The big axe thingy-majiggy.
Yeah. There's one you get at 100, which, yeah, it looks cool, but it screws your rotation up bad.
Because I think, like, for me, like, if I use that, then it's like I can't use Infuriate to, like, do an extra, like, nonsense, because, like, so, hang on, let me go to my Warrior. So, yeah, so if I do Inner Release, I obviously use Primal Rend to close the distance. I then go into the next ability, which is Ruination, but then I have to try and do Fell Cleave 3 times before the cooldown drops, and I'm not able to do Wrathful. Because if I add in Infuriate, which changes, you know, Fell Cleave into Inner Chaos doesn't count into, like, the stacking for Wrathful. So I have to do my Fell Cleaves without, like, the bonus critting. And I'm kind of tight on time when I do that.
You usually do the 3 Fell Cleaves first, because you go your Heavy Swing, Maim, and then Storm's Eye to get the 10% damage buff. And then you do your inner release, and then everything in the inner release.
Okay. So yeah, so if I'm on my warrior and we start like a normal raid, I should be dashing to do my hit, my 1-2-3 combo, inner release, then like
Actually, no, you don't
tomahawk.
dash.
You do tomahawk and then go in.
okay.
Like, I'm opening the thing right now, actually.
I wouldn't trust people on the balance as far as I could fucking throw them.
Yeah, apparently they say Tomahawk, Infuriate, then it's the 1-2-3 to get your damage buff up. Then you hit Inner Release, apparently, and then Inner Chaos, then you go into the other shit.
Yep.
Oh god. Well,
Weaving stuff like Upheaval and Onslaught in.
yeah, I put in the upheaval at least once during my hits, because you know that's off global cooldown, and I can do that while waiting for the Fell Cleave to, you know, be available for me to hit again. So I need to learn like how to do my Dark Knight and Gunbreaker, however, because that one is like a bit of a. It's very, as you like watching me play through this, it's like, you know, terrible, probably in your hindsight.
Dark Knight is... Do you know the old WoW meme of John fucking Madden?
No, unfortunately, that's
Okay.
that's some WoW lore I am not privy to.
Alright, give me a second, I'll need to... after this, I'll link it.
All right.
Yeah, I forgot a lot of my classes are just fucking... Or a lot of my higher level ones are just naked.
The glamours got fucked over.
Well, no, because like as an example, like my Gunbreaker, they're literally wearing like nothing. They just have their weapon and that's it. Because my plan was to just go farm the Alexander gear.
Yeah.
But I haven't got around to doing that yet.
Soylent Orange says they don't know it either, and they've been in the WoW for a while. Is it under a different name, the John Madden thing?
No, it's 10 years old. It's... Oh, there's a Viper one? Excellent. No, perfect.
Wait, what?
Linking it to you. There's someone updated it with a Viper version for 14.
Alright, hang on. Alrighty, chat. Let me open up the Opera GX and let me ding, copy link, paste. Alrighty. Start. Is it time to go ape shit? No. Is Whatsamahoozy off cooldown? No. Got any of these? No. Holy shit, it's the only job that Holy shit, it's the only
It's the only time on this job that you actually have to use 2 brain cells.
Is Thingy-Majiggy going to fall off soon? No. Double slash. Yes. Single slash. Oh shit, it's time to John fucking Madden. So you do like a rotation of ding dong swipe. Ding ding ding. Wait, no. So what? So you have an option of either going into like one of the double crosses or the other. Okay, hang on. So, all right. So we're at here right now, chat. So we do the single slash thingy-madiggy, and then this shitty like turn.
Although it's out of date because that's not even a question anymore. It's just you use one or the other.
And then you go back to the start. Is it time? So would it be time to go ape shit?
If you have 50 gauge,
which I
then yes,
probably don't at that point.
Oh, you will.
Oh,
it's pretty quick.
Okay, and then yeah, go John fucking Madden.
Which is what I showed you earlier when I was going at supersonic speed.
Ah,
Yep.
Okay. And then is the 2-minute window? Is it in the 2-minute burst window? If it's yes, you do like this green thing. All right. So what's the? Okay, so John fucking Madden. Wow. Alright, hang on a second.
It's the druid rotation in which you just press random shit and
The
hope
simplified
for the best.
cat raid DPS flow chart is something on your bar.
That's the one.
Stop. No. Or if you say yes, stop being bad. No. Are you fighting trash? Yes. Claw. Is the trash dead? No. Claw. Is the trash dead? Yes. Are you fighting trash? No. Are you getting Manglebot? No. Do you have one? No. Get one.
So are you the Manglebot?
I don't know what.
Yes. Haha, bitch Judy. Don't let Mangle fall off,
No,
ever.
Yeah. Apply thingy. John fucking Madden. What?
It's just random press shit and just hope.
Yeah, that's fucking Viper. Just hit the glowy buttons. Basically. That's just how I play it. Like like I don't even worry too much about shit. I just hit the buttons
Okay.
as they light up.
Yeah, that's the John Madden meme, is because in every one of his diagrams, it's just a mess of random bullshit like what you've seen there.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like, yeah, Viper has those fucking rear and flank positionals, but you don't even have. From what I've found out, you don't have to worry about those.
Unless you want the highest DPS.
Big
Bruh,
damage.
I found out that you do more damage
Oh, I have to kill these things.
not just constantly hitting buttons than worrying about the positionals.
I have a friend who has the 100 passes. He is always worrying about positionals. Always.
Hmm.
Eh.
You can smell the
Always.
Zeeb's brain overcooking. Yeah.
As one of the tanks. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I only need to kill 2 of these guys. Awesome. Thank you for
Like a
helping
friend of
me.
mine, they literally tested and she did more damage not just constantly hitting whatever they were fighting. What compared to their friend who was actually focusing on positionals.
It may be crit variance, it could be a lot of different things, but the positionals do matter. They're quite big.
Cookie for Jason! Welcome back, Jason. Good to have you. My brain has been cooked because of, like, something called the John fucking Madden in WoW, and recently for the Viper in Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG. So, yeah. How are you doing?
Like, if you were to go on Dark Knight right now, or, well, after we've played this,
Yeah. Preferably after.
it's just you pressing random buttons. Because that's what Dark Knight feels like.
Yeah,
Press
but
shit and...
but I want to survive when I do big pulls, like as the warrior, because the warrior has an emergency
That's a shame.
bloodletting button, and the Dark Knight, as far as I know, does not have an emergency eject button because it is reliant on mana.
Living Dead or TBN, that's all you get. That's your lot. Yeah, it sucks. We know. Gone are the days of Dark Arts where you could actually have a choice. Oh, you should be right if you hand in everything.
Okay. Let me just get this guy off me. There we go. Everything handed in. Wait, your paladin's only 98? I thought that would be another 100 for some reason.
No, my Paladin's 100, but Dark Knight's 98, because, yeah.
Oh, Dark Knight's 98. Okay. Yeah, all of my tanks, save for the warrior, were like 98. So.
I play Paladin or Dark Knight, or Warrior more than Dark Knight and Gunbreaker.
I love Warrior.
It's just chill.
Yeah, honestly, it helps me, especially since, like, you know, as I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV on stream, it's best playing the tank class that is easy for my goopy himbo brain. I love it. Also, I am not gonna move out of the I'm not gonna move out of the what's-a-mahoozy Gunbreaker because, like, I am making progress. Let's have a look at the shared fates. Shaloni under halfway as well. Yeah. These are weird. It's just tumbleweeds on top of crabs. Look at these guys. Yep. Look at these guys. It's just tumbleweed with, like, an afro. Or, sorry, crabs with afros.
Good for potions.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, do these guys drop potion-like materials?
Yeah, they're tumbleweeds. Well, out in the wild they do anyway. They don't do it in Fates because, I don't know, Square Enix hates fun.
Square Enix hates grind. There we go. Breaking the Jaw, draw a dead. Let's go with Breaking the Jaw. That's one's about to...
I'm gonna hand in some gemstones.
Oh, are you, like, capped out?
Yeah.
Okay. He says Groibel.
I'll do my opener here and...
Mm-hmm. Just so then that way you didn't have to, like, run away after doing your opener and stuff.
There's about 15 OGCDs there. It's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, not 15 OGCDs, 15 GCDs. I can word potato correctly.
Why is Final Fantasy XIV quiet? Oh, probably because I, like, made the volume, like, that low. Yeah, because, like, if I adjust the volume, like, for me to be low, then it ends up being low. And I don't want to, like, fiddle around with, like, making it so it's like, oh, the game capture doesn't have as much of a audio duct lowering when I have, what's-a-mahoozies, Final Fantasy XIV running instead of like a different one. Oh no, he's immune to the... He's resistant.
But you had a shield, so you missed out on the paralysis.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah, do you like the double down changes?
Yeah, they made it so it only costs 1, which was actually rather interesting.
Yeah. Single down.
Which makes me curious, like, what is the level 100 then? Is it like, because I feel like that is going to get the same treatment as like the Burst Strike or the Gnashing Blade, where it's like, oh, you're going to get another continuation thing.
Oh, probably.
I know what it is.
Mm-hmm. Alright, well,
I
keep
could
it...
show you if I was on my main.
Nah, it's alright, it's alright. I'll have my own little, like, thoughts about it and such like that. And besides, look at me, I'm like level 99 and I'm currently like, you know, a fourth of the way there. Date with Destiny. What is that? Complete 1,000 fates. Oh, damn. Nice. Ah!
Glub, glug, glub, glug.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, what is up with this Alliance raid? It's like
Yeah.
It's like brand spanking
Brand new.
new. Like, how is it?
Yep.
First hell. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. Hang on. Withdraw.
Oh, there's one in the... Yep.
Yep.
Okay, hang on.
You do not fulfill the requirements.
Ready. Go for it.
Oh, because I'm an idiot. Because I'm still on Gunbreaker. Idiot. Ding, dong. Moot. Ah, goddamn you. Warrior, ding, join party, yes. There we go.
Nice.
I am an idiot. Alliance information,
Alright.
so we have no one in C yet. Hopefully this goes by a little quicker. You have joined Thingamadiggy for... Oh, I could have done like a level 100. I could have done my 99 on this one. Two, three. Oh no, my Primal Ruination is not able to do things, damn it.
Yep. It's the worst feeling. As someone who has Communio, I am, like, when I have the Communio and there's not a target, I end up barking.
Alright. Let me just...
Alright, well this feels... I'll be right back.
Yep, sounds good. Oh, what the fuck, Sunbeard? But yeah, so I went from, like, you know, halfway through, like, level 98 to now, like, 6 out of 24... I can do the math, hang on a second. Yeah, 1/4. I am a fourth of the way to level 100 now.
Oh yeah, had you unlocked the society?
Yes. That's how they got. That's how I was able to get the whatsamahoozy. Let me double check the emote list, not the recommendations.
Because if you haven't done those for the day for this week, you should go do them. Or well, is it for the day? No, yeah, it's for the day. Yeah, if you haven't done yours for today, go do those. Because that'll get you some. That'll get you like 3 mil, just from doing that.
Wait, what? So,
You can do three quests per one of those societies every day.
is it a combat society thing or?
Yes, it is. It's a combat one.
Nice.
And you get about a little over a mil per quest you turn in, so you'll get an easy, like, little over 3 mil from that.
Where are they sitting? Over in
It's if you grabbed the Aetheryte that's nearby, it's where is it? Kazumaoka. It's in the Kazumaoka area. Different zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's...
They're down over in Many Fires?
They're by the dock teleport, if you have that one.
Many Fires.
Did you see it?
I see it. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you for the clip. I didn't realize you did a clip there, Sir Dragon. I'll have to see what it was. Anyway, I need to get my... Okay, so we're missing 6 more people?
6.
Okay, I'm gonna really...
No, 5 more people. Who do I hit 4?
I'm gonna really quickly get my Opta Slim shake done. I don't like the taste of Opta Slim. I'm getting Opta Fast in the mail at some point, but that meant I fucked up my savings. Be right back.
It's gonna fill, isn't it?
Oh shit, is it gonna fill? I hear it.
2 more people.
As fast as I can. Oh shit.
Well, then you better do it opti fast.
Shut up. I see what you did there.
And we're full.
Alright. I'm gonna have to shake that a few more times. Swap over to Warrior. Hopefully they do a great job.
God, this is gonna be interesting.
Well, hopefully everyone here knows what they're doing.
Well, no, I say this because I'm doing this at 337 ping. Like, I've noticed legitimate lag as I'm trying to run through this quest right now.
Ugh. Time for Mega Piss. Yep. Just trying to piss hands free.
Should have done this to Scholar. Oh. Who are we missing?
Don't make me send you to Jesus myself.
Hi there, Blue. Welcome to the stream. Did you get popcorn? No, I didn't get popcorn. When is the next advertisement? Because there is, like... Okay, not for another 10 minutes. Awesome. Cool. Commence. Let's see. Let's see. Also, I'm just gonna plug in my keyboard just so then that way there isn't any, like, you know, issue with battery life or anything.
Oh god, the flashbang. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I was expecting it, but it came up when I wasn't... Like, I knew it was gonna happen, but it came up when I wasn't expecting it. Fuck. I hate that. I hate that they have a flashbang at the beginning of this. It's just like, ow, my eyes. I'm very confused.
What's up?
Okay, now it caught up. I was like, what the fuck? Because I was like it looked like I was way ahead of y'all.
Ah, okay. Nah.
Every time.
Oh,
Someone doesn't respect the AoEs on the ground every time.
well, to be fair, it's always the DPSs, so it's like...
Every time.
cool jaw, the Mystic said. Didn't think she'd be so quick to trade blows.
Careful. That girl is stronger than she looks.
Just waiting on Ren in our queue.
Who's just AFK, I guess.
Where?
Fuck him. Yeah.
How about we start with a big fat knuckle sandwich?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go!
Alright.
Wait for
One,
it. Wait for
two,
it. Wait for
three.
She would start off like this.
it. Bam!
Ah, I didn't time that right.
Is that all you've got?
Again?
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Alright, cool. Oh, Ren is not gonna have a good time.
Nullifying drop kick to your fat head!
There we go.
That bard deserved it.
Altana, give me strength.
That was a legal war crime that you just did there.
What was?
Of killing the bard.
I did not intend to kill the bard. I just stood where
They shouldn't have stood with you.
I stood with the rest of the tanks, as was the desire.
By the light
Yep.
of the dawn.
Like I said, you did everything right. That's why I said it was a legal one.
Not bad at all.
Alright, I'm just gonna use Shake It Off at this point.
Oh, we're just getting started.
Oh, it's the spikes! It is honestly...
You're hitting them on purpose.
It's tempting to hit him on purpose, I will be real with you.
Bad.
One, two, three. Okay, so I gotta get all the way over here. Alright, chat. If someone doesn't do it correctly... Lol.
And is that all? And I was just working up an appetite.
So, I'll show you a video, chat, of, like, the only edit that this video has done is the audio. That's it. That's the only thing they've done. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, avoid that. Run over here.
Still kicking? 'Cause so am I.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
You ready for this?
So yeah, I'll share you a video. I shared this
wait.
with Velk, and you were like, amazingly enough, I shared this to like another like streamer like Jard or something like that. One,
Wait for it.
two. Okay, I need to go here. There we go. So yeah, maybe you'll see it like with this.
Uppercut.
So yeah, let's see. Does anyone fall on the spikes?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't see the jump. Damn it.
The warrior fell on it.
Ah, damn. Oh,
Ooh.
hello. Alright, let's shake it off, so then that way all of us have the thingy. Yep,
Oh, we're fine.
yeah.
Take this.
There's enough of us.
And one of these.
And then one, two,
Now
upheaval, three, primal wrath, primal ruination.
time to get serious.
Okay. I'm gonna try here.
Wait.
Nope, can't try it there.
Hello.
Ooh, the rare one.
Yeah, that was honestly rare. And then we move into here.
You can't stop the flood of
Oh, hang on. I now need to... Noah was gonna do it again. Did you see how Noah was like walking into there? And then was just... Also, hi there, Siren Basic. Are you in this alliance raid right now? Is that why you're saying hello, dark side? Oh. Ah. God.
Oh,
Ooh.
mean.
Ow. Fuck that. Okay, I am gonna have to... One stage. Two stage. Alright. So, two stage. I'm glad that she gives us, like, an auditory cue. So, yeah. Oh, fuck. Moving, 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 moving out of the fucking... There we go. And then shake it off once again, so then that way the rest of our party doesn't get any problems.
Oh, we're fine. We don't even need more mint now. We're good.
Take this and that and one of these.
Did we lose a person? I just heard it like a little clink.
I believe the Viper's having connection issues. Their body keeps
That's
disappearing
me.
and reappearing.
Okay.
Like, boy, that's me.
Oh, god damn it. One. Two. Oh, that got a lot of people. We're gonna need a...
Oh, you're fine.
Oh, that's evil. One, two, three. Okay. You know what? Fuck it. Shake it off again. Where?
By the light of the dawn.
Did you? There we go.
Now to send you packing.
You won't need to heal for this one.
Ouch! That was a good one.
What do you mean? I'm still alive.
Oh, I'm talking to, Oren. I'm just saying that you won't need to heal. I got,
Ah, okay, okay, okay. We're really close, though.
I got mid out the wizard.
Yeah. 0.5, 0.4. Yeah, we got it. No, I'm not cool enough for that. You're from unnamed. Ah, okay. Hi.
But first,
All right. Scouting. Ooh, fending.
way out is forward.
Oh, ending. I just put that on. How does it look for you?
I put need on that, so I just need to like wait for I need to wait for it.
Look after the girl.
Fair. Fair.
Are they just running ahead? Yeah, they're just running ahead.
Kind of Tural Vitral.
Idiots.
Yeah, we can. Well, they can tank everything.
Yeah.
And
11.
honestly, so can you. You're fine.
Yeah. Honestly, it's very tempting turning off my tank stance, but I feel like if I do, then the next time there's like a multi-tank breaker thing, then I might accidentally leave it to one of the DPSs to get it.
It'll usually focus on a tank in normal content, and even if it does go on a DPS, I'll just mid them.
Okay, who is wasting a fucking...
Oh no, that's good. That's very good, because it resets as soon as we enter the next combat.
Oh.
I sense
I didn't realize alliances do that.
something big.
One piece of gear or gear-enhancing material obtainable per week. Wait, one?
One, yes, from
Yeah,
this
you
raid.
can you can get one piece of gear per week.
Oh my god. And I went for the fucking head because I wasn't too
Well, you
sure.
can pass if you want. You can change it.
Well, what's the likelihood of
Yeah,
getting
if
able to
you
get
pass
pants?
right now.
Also, you might want to
Yeah,
point it away from us.
Like if you want to, like let's say if you want to get pants, you have to pass on that helmet right now.
There we go. Pass.
It's the same reason I didn't greet on the helmet because I'm wanting to go for chest.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not greeting on anything here because of that whole like, oh, you need yeah, any hoosies. I have honestly forgotten like the
Aw, fuck. What the fuck? I got... Huh? Okay, apparently I got concussion. For some reason.
Your dead body is moving around. That is wild.
Well, it's because I'm not dead yet for me.
Oh.
Like, I'm still alive on my end. Now I'm dead.
Oh, come on, come on, come on. Move, 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 move.
That's the thing.
Thank you for the rescue.
I'm not actually dead.
Damn, that was a clean rescue.
It was.
Like, I'm still, like, he just slammed down after the, like, donut went away.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And now he's doing the tail. For me.
Oh, I need to get out of there. I need to get out of here.
Like, I'm a good, like, 1 or 2 attacks behind you, what you guys are seeing. And also, I'm not even rezzed yet on my screen.
Oh, you're up and running.
Like, I literally, it's showing me where I should have rezzed at, but I'm not rezzed yet.
Oh my goodness, we're giving you a... This is why I wasn't exactly looking forward to, like, you know, I wanted to do, like, an Australian-only, party for the, Coils of Bahamut. Oh,
It's weird, because, like, here's the ironic thing. Just earlier today, I think, was it just earlier today, or was it yesterday? I think, yeah, just yesterday I was over here helping a friend do some stuff and we had no issues with leg this bad.
Okay, that circle is wider than it appears.
Like, I don't know what's going on with 14 right now, specifically over here on Materia.
There was problems earlier this week. I don't know what's going on with them, but yeah, there is something going wrong with Australian servers.
While NA just has no issues.
well, it depends on the NA.
Like, I've never had issues like this on NA.
Oh, well, I have. Back in a Realm Reborn as well, 350 ping was normal.
Yeah, so yeah, I do need to, like, preface this, Savage. For the longest time, we did not have fiber. Oh, I am sitting in the wrong spot. For the longest time, we didn't even have, like, ADSL 2, which was, like, you know, trying to beef up copper. Australia, as I mentioned at the beginning of this stream, when they talk about, oh, we invented the Wi-Fi, is, you know, they will invent something, and they will not improve it. They think that there is no necessity to like, you know, develop. They will just, you know, do it once, and then they'll say, job done, and move on. It's only when it gets to, like, a horrid level that they think they need to go further. Oh my god, what in the fuck?
Speaking of horrid, Raw.
Okay. In or out?
Center.
Center? Okay.
Is he gonna spin?
Alrighty. Okay, so if he's flying and his, like, thingy-majiggy is breathing fire, it's a spin. And then offensive posture with the tail. Yep, we want to be over here. And then use this, use that. Ding. Oh, I need to get out of the fucking way.
Have one of these.
Thank you.
You have been given the cube.
Thank you for the cube. And then I activate this, and then I activate that.
I don't even know why you even bother wasting your mana to get me.
Hurricane Wind. What's that?
Healer mechanic. Oh, let's be real, it's a Panheimer mechanic.
Oh, what?
I have an ability that just nullifies it, it's fine.
Oh, yeah, that makes me think. M through S, Panheimer opener.
That is also M4.
Yeah, I just remember seeing
M2.
fucking some people going through, a group going through M3, and they're like, and their sage was like, oh, Panheimer opener. Because the multi-hit.
Ah, fuck.
Fucking raid
I
wipe
can
at the
barely get a hit. Oh, Jesus.
Uh-oh.
Bye,
stinky.
Grant.
So that is death.
I got it.
Okay.
That's just death, yeah. We discovered that earlier.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, do not go into that. That is literally just death.
Or near it,
Magic.
because it's bigger than it appears.
Brace yourselves.
Yeah, just stay away from that.
Noted.
FYI, so you guys just got the teleport thing. He's still at 1.5% on my screen.
There was no chest. Oh, there's the chests.
Yeah, he's still at 31% on my
Striking
screen.
and scouting out of the way.
Hey, my scouting pants. Let's go.
Nice.
Or well, actually, yeah. Or no, actually, I want to go for that.
I didn't see the clip yet. I am so sorry, Sir Dragon. Unfortunately, you're catching me at a moment where
I don't know.
this isn't like any of the other like Final Fantasy XIV things I've done with Velk and shit, where it's like, oh, he's just being a bit of a memester with like not telling me some of the mechanics and shit. It's like, no, he will, you know, quite honestly, it's like he will warn me if it's like, you know, problematic one.
Unless I don't know anything about it.
Which is, I think, bullshit on this
Actually,
one.
yeah, I should not go for those pants, considering,
Like the whirlwind.
Yeah.
Didn't know about that one.
Considering the fucking
Yeah, the first time I went through
Tom
this,
pants are better.
I didn't see fending until the very last chest, so I was like really hoping for. So I saw the fending head, and I was like, oh, maybe I should get that. But it's like, but I could get fending pants, which would be a lot better.
Yeah, and the pants would actually be worth it, considering when I think about the BIS for tanks, they use the that would be your best bet, considering they don't use the tome pants.
Yep.
The main things that I saw that tanks use is, in terms of the tomes, is
The chest.
chest, boots, earring, bracelet, and one ring.
I can swap over to my paladin afterwards, but oh.
And then depending on if you want a bit of skill speed, you can always go for getting the gloves as well. I know that that's part of one set. I know on my main, I'm just gonna go full augmented tome.
The
'Cause
reason
I just want item level.
we go for Tomestone over the raid gear for the chest is that the
Intercheck.
Okay, that's fine. The raid chest itself is, I believe, tenacity and then dead. Whereas the,
I'll take
the
a look,
Tombstone
'cause
one
I
is crit
have
10.
the stuff.
I don't know what
Yeah,
they're
it's for
talking about either,
tenacity.
chat.
Yeah, tenacity debt. That's what the raid one has.
Yeah. Yeah. When I first like saw like this thing in I thought it was like, oh, you get to have two. I thought it was two pieces you were able to pick up. But I guess I was wrong.
Technically, you do get two things, but one is an actual piece of gear. The other is a item to upgrade the tome gear.
Ah, okay. Oh, this
And then,
one.
of course, you have like the orchestrions and stuff.
This one I had a shit time. I'm gonna be real.
We gonna do it again.
Okay, so we're aiming for TT first, it looks like, because of the healing mechanic?
No, it
no,
depends on
you're-
who we get.
You're gonna be fighting the Rogadin guy.
Also, yeah, okay. Ren,
Because B
once again.
tethers you to the Rogadin guy.
Yeah.
Really pop an arcane circle before we even pull? Okay, that's bold, bro. Yep, so we get tethered to this one, so we go.
Alright, so we're going with, yeah, we're at B.
The Rogadin,
Yeah.
because we got tethered to him.
Oh, fuck. Do we need to keep them, like, separate?
It doesn't look it, no.
Alrighty then.
But it doesn't
Well-
matter if they are or not.
Yeah, well, for this part, you can't even attack the other ones, so really it doesn't matter whether you have them grouped up or not.
Mm-hmm.
But when you aren't like linked like that, it's nice to keep them together because then you can just AoE.
Yeah. Oh. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it!
You're fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. Others aren't, but you are.
By the cowardice that binds you.
I'll just pass on both. I can always rerun this.
do I
try
need to
get
do
the
something?
test later? If,
No.
If it doesn't drop.
I'm just gonna see if he's gonna... Yeah, cool, my thing...
Twisted by the envy that drives you.
Oh, I should probably move in closer, so then that way I'm not stuck by the rotation. Oh my god, how am I having such a... Yeah. Yeah, I'm on a vulnerability stack 3, and I don't know how I did that.
Oh, they're gonna fucking die. It's up to us. Uh-oh.
What do you mean? Oh, alliances...
They stacked. Oh, we know.
Oh, shit.
That- If you can look after Grant, I'll res.
Alright, I'll focus on staying alive. Oh, fuck, what is this?
Everyone's fine now, so we're good.
You shall be smothered. That consumes
Wait, we need to aim for one of the two first, don't we? The Paladin. We need to hit the Paladin first.
When it comes to it, yeah.
Oh, the Paladin has, like, an entirely different, like, health thingamajiggy, doesn't he? What is going on? I am so fucking lost. Like, the fuck?
I am running out of mana.
Where are you?
Because I'm just rezzing. Because people are immediately casting upon getting rezzed. Yep, you gotta focus on the Paladin.
I can't. There we go. Hopefully we'll get him in time. It looks like it. Yep. Awesome.
Yep.
And then we can do it inter.
envy engulfs.
Oh, god damn you.
We're safe over here.
Ah, I got one vulnerability stack, sorry.
That's fine. One is fine.
Yeah.
Cowardice dismembers.
Oh, we don't have limits now anymore on our what's-a-mahoozy.
Oh, yeah, that dead body's moving towards us.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
That's
I'm
the
not
most
dead on
ominous
my
thing I've
screen.
seen here.
Yeah, because I'm not dead for me. The thing that's funny about this is, of course, for
Fuck.
like,
Get-
I'm so glad Grant is like that we have this with fucking Grant.
Ah! Why am I main tank right now? Rescue?
You're fine. You're fine. You made it.
Am I?
I've got. Yes, you're fine. Just keep tanking. You're okay. I promise.
Cool.
We will not let you die.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Arrogance defies.
Oh, so he's
Now
taking
me,
all
on
5
the
of
other
them.
hand. Yes.
So Grant's taking all 5 of them. Yeah,
Yes.
that's what happened to me. My run my run this week on my main.
Oh.
Enjoy, Grant.
Dink. Hopefully that's stemming of the flow. Yep.
Although I mean, I was way higher gear. I'm way higher geared on my fucking tanks
Not understandable.
comparatively. And I've been playing tank for a long time, so I know what I'm doing.
I have not been playing
Got
it very
them
long. Oh, fuck. No. Okay, can't be there, can't be there, can't be there. I think I'm...
Around here. Should be fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're not fine.
Orin already had that res at the ready. Oh, no. Ah! Thank you.
Okay. What can we do?
I found it. I realized the like now at this point when I'm doing this fight, I can just tell when I need to interrupt just by the voice line.
That's cool, honestly.
Because when I hear cowardice that binds you, I'm like, oh shit, need to interrupt the fucking midget.
Yep. Oh yeah, we need to focus on TT because they do heal shit, don't they?
And then of course, when I hear cowardice dismembers, I know I need to get behind him.
Alright, hopefully.
That's a good call right there.
Honestly, that does look pretty cool. Oh, I'll need to be over here.
Okay, looks like we've recovered.
I cheated that one.
Oh, that
Consumed by the
that-
cowardice that binds you.
DPS should have cancelled that one.
One of them did.
Hold on to this for me.
Oh, I got petrification. Fuck.
You're fine. You're fine.
I'm alive. Yep, I only have
Hooray for Essener.
one vulnerability stack, so we're good there.
Let's make it 2.
I will survive. Oh, he's why am I...
You're okay. You're okay.
I'm just gonna home gang.
You're still okay.
Yeah.
I've got focus on you now.
Yeah, for whatever reason, the...
Okay. I was being targeted by something.
Yeah, I had my tank stance off while I was trying to get my health back up. I should have turned it on way sooner. Ding dong. I can barely... I'm dead. It's 18 now. Oh, thank you, Orin. What are we doing?
I'm sorry, Oren. I will try. I will be friend.
I have...
Okay. We're okay. We're okay.
Whew.
Well fought. Wuklamat chose her companions well.
Aiming and maiming. Okay.
Our next destination. No doubt a warm reception awaits us.
Okay.
Oh,
Let's
hi.
go and have a look.
Hmm. Okay, hopefully this one... I remember this one took a few. This took like 3 or 4 attempts. And... Alright, so they're viewing a cutscene right now.
Oh, I think Oren and I were internally screaming for 90% of that fight trying to res people.
Yeah, because like 2 of the alliances lost their healers, so... Yeah, you guys...
About 7 times.
Hmm.
However, we've got 2 good healers in our alliance. We should be fine, just as long as you live.
Noted.
If you're ever scared, just pop a home gang. It'll be up before you know it anyway.
Yeah, I think our Viper Ren is having some internet issues, because that cutscene should not be that long.
Grant, you keep forgetting that's me.
Oh. Sorry. I was expecting a name like Savage or some shit, okay? Doing this on 350 plus ping is such a rush, lol.
Like, it wouldn't be as much of a problem if it was just the ping. If it wasn't, like, if it was just the ping and I didn't have to worry about the, like, random points where it'll just freeze up and then I can't do anything, it'd be fine.
Okay.
But that's what's been happening. Like, there will be points where I just can't do anything. And it's really fucking annoying.
Alright.
Or it'll take the game a really long time to fucking register me doing anything.
Oh my god, there is nothing more iconic in Final Fantasy XIV than reading chat and it's someone horny for something that's going on. They'd be horny for Malboros. I don't want confirmation on that before anyone posts.
Okay, so... Yep. Because I wasn't, like, paying attention on that one, and I really should have.
The land trembles before my might! Frail mortals, I will tear your
Alright, left
your bones!
and right. Flames of hatred. Alright, cool. So that was a good call.
Ball.
Oh, I forgot he has a...
Ball.
I forgot he has a ball, like, under him.
Flames of hatred!
He has 2 of them. Don't take that out of context.
There will be naught left of man but smoke and ash!
Oh, and then we go to the sides here.
Let the fires ride and rage!
Fuck is... Oh, okay. Yep. I remember when he does like 4 of these.
Your demise
Looks like they're right.
extinction of Altana's vile progeny!
That's not good.
The darkness within me shall devour you all!
I'll be alive.
Oh, we're fine here.
insult! I will scour it away with your blood. Give up your painful strivings. Give in to the darkness of oblivion.
Skyrim was better.
Your funeral dirge has begun. It's
Dirge.
note sing of your demise.
Oh, I don't have the what's Methuses.
Return to the feculent soil that birthed you.
Ooh, we do damage.
Yep, and I have no other. Yep, sorry. So to the right, to the left, to the back. To the right, to the left, and to the rear.
Behold, as the spate of my rage quenches the candle of your trivial existence.
To the right. Okay, so stand left, then right, then rear. Oh, stand left, stand right.
Fuck yeah!
Can your vaunted justice withstand the brunt of the deepest rancor and wrath?
Juki, get the fuck away from. Why did you do that, Juki? Honestly, Juki is
Oof,
an
I see
alien.
almost all of Alliance A is dead.
Yeah, Juki, like, I don't know.
Oh, Jesus!
Oh, what the fuck? What happened?
It's you and me, bud!
Okay, give me a sec. Let me just do damnation.
We're getting you up. When we're getting you up, I need you.
Fuck, fuck,
I
fuck, fuck.
personally need you.
Get me.
Crush you like the insects.
Shit. Nah, this is an end for me, isn't it? Damning Strike is like a pain. I still...
Keep tanking. Please keep tanking.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm doing.
I don't know how y'all survived that.
I am too stubborn to die.
Oh, there's LB3.
Yeah, that's a yoink!
Oh my god! The way my character like leapt in the air at the spawn. That was too funny.
Okay, so which one do we want?
We
That was
okay,
actually
well,
really cute.
Yeah, we want this left one.
Cool.
So here?
we're going just around in a circle.
Yep. And then just a little
And
bit
then
ahead.
Around. Yep.
And then a little
And then
bit here.
around.
And then,
And then
a little bit
around.
here. Okay, so
And
left.
then we're this side.
Yeah, so starting on the right, then going the left,
It'll be right then left.
and then rear. Right.
We need those tanks up.
Left.
And then rear.
Why isn't the rest of the... Oh, shit. Where is...
I need to protect everyone first. Fuck everyone else.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm alive. Oh, boy.
Okay. Everyone's up. Everyone that matters, anyway.
Oh, fuck, I forgot he does this cross-slash shit. And then he's doing a slash, so we need to be right, then to his left, and then to his
then
rear.
behind.
Yeah.
I'd cast.
Where's his buddy? I don't see him.
Kneel before me.
Did he not have a buddy?
I shall portend the extinction of Altana's vile
Not this time, apparently.
tree.
Okay. Oh, what the f...
Other alliances don't know how to heal as healers. Yep.
Right. Left.
All I'm gonna say is good luck. He now has a damage up.
Front. Oh, sorry. Right, left, rear.
There goes C's healers.
Again, despite the fact I just
and
got
their
them
red
up,
Mage. Yeah, they're healers and their red mage.
I've got them up again.
Left.
Okay.
Right.
Left, right, back.
Yep. Left. Right.
Now watch for the implosion.
On the right there. Alright.
Right, yeah, his right.
And then over here on his...
Don't you dare die on me. You do not have my
Oh,
permission.
you-
Oh,
oh.
I do though.
Sorry.
I almost lived that. Ugh.
Sorry.
Okay.
I wasn't too certain to do a Narset flash or a, or keep myself alive. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No.
Alright, one.
We are reliant on the red mage and a summoner.
Pretty sure I'm safe here now. Yep.
They're up and they're
No,
dead.
and yeah, the summoner got grabbed, so it's over.
And the red mage, yeah, they both got grabbed.
Yep. We almost carried that as healers. God damn. Tried so hard. Probably better off just walling it and...
Ow. Just let me have my heals, please. Oh, we need to be... Oh. I think we're at the wrong... Ow. What's a pantsless strat?
That's a coil strat from a very long time ago where people's damage was too great to generate enough LB for a strat, so they had to take their pants off so that their damage wasn't too high so that they could generate the
Yep.
LB.
Yeah.
I remember the group Nest talked about that.
Until I have eradicated you and your kind from this world.
It was dumb then, and it's dumb now.
Man trembles before my might. Frail mortals, I will tear your flesh and crush your bones.
No dying. Illegal.
Flames of hatred, oh how they burn. There will be naught left of man but smoke and ash. Let the fires ride and rage. Kneel before me! Your demise shall portend the extinction of Altana's vile progeny! The darkness within me shall devour you all!
Meanwhile, Pepsis over here, just, you know.
Oh, I saw. We both probably saw. They will be the last to be rezzed.
I will scour it away with your blood. Give up your painful strivings.
I'm not petty.
Into the
Nah, that's fine.
Your funeral dirge has begun.
That was too early.
Mournful
Oh.
notes sing of your
Yep.
demise.
Fine. Do one of these.
It's too funny.
Do you need me to
Just
do
seeing
Shake
my
It Off?
dead body.
Soil that birthed you.
I love just watching my dead body move around on Grant's screen.
I barely see it. I'm so sorry. I am way too locked in right now. Alrighty. Right, left, front.
Behold, as the spate of my rage quenches the candle of your trivial existence.
The one thing I still can't believe is that nobody's even thought of kicking me out. The fact
We
that
need you for the
everybody
LB.
in our part.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Can your voice
Yeah.
justice
I'll just be a
Get
fucking
out of the way,
LB
get out
battery,
of the way,
basically.
get out of the way, get out of the way. Wait, are they referring to me when they say war assistant healing?
No, they're referring to every warrior.
Ah, this blinding sigil one isn't gonna be fun. Alright.
Exotrines, yum. Oh, cool, it's the same.
Oh, God.
Oh, they really did just nick this from T.
Alright, cool. I survived that by pure chance.
I will crush you like the insects you are!
Just thought I'd put that in the party chat just to so our red mage knows not to worry about resing me, honestly.
I will not fall. I will keep coming back until the fires of wrath consume me.
Alright, where is... Okay, so somewhere along this line. Yeah, alright, so here.
Around in a circle again.
Yeah, I just wasn't too sure if I had to be like at top or bottom for the circle to be not broken.
And then we just stay at the other side of him.
Yeah.
Bitch, get back here!
I can't fucking see!
Yeah, I couldn't either. It was a super bad time for that.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Whichever one of us is able to get up, we'll heal at LB. If anyone wants to get a healer up. There we go. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I need to stay alive for a second.
Where is Iraq?
Okay.
I do not know where I need to stand. Fuck.
With me, with me.
Yeah, okay.
And then over.
And then behind.
And then behind.
Orin is still alive.
And we're just gonna...
For me, your demise shall
The fuck? Oh, it's the full heals, I see.
vile progeny.
Yeah, my AoE heals weren't even hitting you, damn.
Alright, so on the left, on the right,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
to the front.
Sounds good.
Oh, thank Christ, the vulnerability stack left. I didn't fuck up that. Oh, he's aiming for me! That's not good. Please don't. Ah, fuck's sake. Left. Right. Rear.
And then back. Other side of him.
Left.
To the right, and then to the left.
Sorry, right, left. Yeah, you're right. Alright, which one of the major up front here? And then this side.
And we stay.
Oh, Mine, you idiot. Do not stay fucking clear of me. Thank you very much. There we go. That worked better last time. Also, am I the only one doing reprisal on this fucker?
Probably. We need friends. Friends. Hi, friends.
You alive?
I will never call you friends again after this, but friends. Okay. Looking a little better.
Oh, fuck.
Did you want to follow me for this?
Yes. Maybe.
Okay.
You're the triangle or the plus?
No, I'm not. You had in a release.
Oh.
I rescued you, and your inner release said, "Nah, he's good."
Oh, we got no one on that one. He's fucking dead.
Yeah, it's fine.
I didn't mean to press inner release, by the by.
Oh, that's okay. It's part of your rotation. You can't help it.
But hey, at least he's down to like 18%, so...
So was my sanity.
Noted. Where the fuck? Oh, shit.
Oh.
Okay, cool. Yep. So...
Oh, ew. Really? Okay. That's a little better.
So on his right...
And then we just stay on the other side of him.
And then on his left. And then to his rear. I did a shake it off just in case anyone was gonna, like, you know, have a
I'll
problem.
probably save the red mage.
Oh, thank Christ.
Oh,
inside.
happen.
Fuck, I am an idiot.
Yeah. No, you're fine. You did it right.
Oh, fuck's sake.
I just watched people kill themselves. TOS friendly, of course.
Let me just do my rotation.
You can hold on to this.
Oh, where am I? Oh, that's why. I was pressing the wrong keys.
To his right first, then his left,
And then his rear.
then front,
Oh, sorry, then move to his front.
then go to the front.
Yeah. What the fuck is his do mark? I'm just gonna... Oh, didn't we have melee DPSs that could have been a little more effective on that one?
Yeah, it's fine. They weren't using it anyway.
Ah.
G. The letter G.
Alright, let's have a look. Aiming, casting, strike. Fuck! I'm rolling.
Guess you'll have to do it again. Isn't that what you want? Isn't this a bunch of fun?
And I'll have to redo it. I'll have to do it again as well. But at least I have my first run.
What's wrong, Grant? Isn't it fun?
But yeah.
I was hoping there would be a fending here, and I gambled and I failed. Play dead. Ugh. Ah.
I probably won't get the minion, but I'm hoping.
I got a 38, so
Well,
probably
you guys are
not.
gonna have to wait for me to actually load so I can roll on shit. Yeah, I have to wait till it lets me actually roll on shit because it hasn't registered it yet.
Oh my goodness. You know, the next time we're doing this fucking alliance bullshit, I am going to ask for way more than 4 peeps. I need more Australian friends that play the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV that comes complete with a free trial and allows you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the Stormblood expansion up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime. You'll get through it, and then you'll want to keep playing it. And then you'll be up to where I am. And then we're going to play alliance raids.
It's like, good luck with that, Grant. Like, I'm still hearing mechanics. Apparently. Still sounds like, for my end, it's still considering the fight going.
Oh yeah, Reprisal's still great.
Yeah, that's why I'm adding it to the alliance, because I'm like, is it worth it? Because, like, you know, I would very much like to know. Otherwise, it's like a waste of my fucking time. I can't tell if that's a joke or not. Nope, genuine question.
Yeah, like, it's apparently now it's doing the sigil thing for me. Like, I literally have to wait for my game to catch up.
Alright, I need to... Alright, so... Ding. Dong. Let's see, what kind of materia do I get? Oh, I get a number 11. Okay. Also, we need to help Davy Boy get some potions again. The best mid is having someone else tank it. All mitigation is good. Someone in hell, the best is someone did throw a DPS at the boss who isn't rolling. If their goes down, it means yours isn't. All right, who wants a tour? The best mid was the pants slot.
I love the aesthetic of this place, though. Would live here.
Oh my god, game,
So
come
it's
on!
In 60
Guys.
seconds, you're not going to be able to roll anyway.
Alright, so whenever
Well, here's the thing, I want to be able to roll, though.
Shirk to let the TPS take it, lol. So what's the point of having a bard if it can't poorly play meme music until someone rolls? Play Wonderwall.
Do you mean Wonder Roll? Sorry.
Three, two, one. Hey, I got the Shadow Lord
Damn it.
card. I'm used
Who
to...
beat me on the Nano Lord? Who did it?
Nano Lord was... Zem Skillex.
But what did they roll?
It doesn't tell me on my view, because I don't follow that shit.
94! Damn it, they beat me by 4!
Yay, I got the Shadow Thingy-Madoogie card. Alright, how is my companion? Oh, I've still got so long to go before it's, like, gonna hit that rank. Jesus.
Well, you can do MSQ.
Okay,
At-
now it registered that the fight's over.
At
Fucking
1
hell.
p.m.?
Sure.
Also, I'm really mad that I didn't just take the Fending Helmet when I should've. Like, ah! There needs to be more chests. There's only, like, 3, isn't there?
I think there's 4.
It looked like only 3.
Yeah, there were 4 bosses. Yeah, 4 bosses, 4 chests.
It's like, I love how the one person's like, we will sit here and wait the timer out. You're not being slick, buddy. Roll. Like, motherfucker, I literally can't. It's like, bruh, I literally can't. Like, they're acting like fucking, I was doing that shit on purpose. Like, bruh.
I'm sorry it had to happen like that.
It's like, they act like I was doing that on purpose. Like, bruh.
That's how some people will think with like the party finder, I guess, or some shit. I don't know.
Some people actually do that. Well,
And
you
yeah,
got
some
better
people
at
actually
tanking.
do just sit
Sorry?
there and wait for it. But yeah.
You got better at tanking.
I feel like I was doing about the same, to be real with you.
That's how it feels.
Yeah, okay. Pain. But hey, my Gunbreaker at level 99, that's pretty... that's nice. Hmm. Ugh.
But yeah.
Alright. Gonna hit... I am gonna call it here. Holy shit, we waited like an hour before we got like a whatsamahoozy thing, which was really unfortunate that we just was like, right, fuck it, party finder, and then that one got done in like lickety split time, thank Christ. Return to homeworld, so then that way I can hand in my shit to my retainers so it doesn't fill up my inventory. Because I only picked up the card, I'm able to pick up a piece of gear from that thing, right?
If you want to do it again, yeah.
Ugh.
What's wrong? Didn't you have fun? Did you enjoy yourself?
Are you enjoying yourself?
Yeah. I like stressful situations.
Okay.
They make me feel something.
It makes me feel something. Of course it does. Of course stresses make you feel something as you're slowly wincing in pain.
If I weren't stressed, I'd get stressed from everyone telling me that I seem stressed.
As healers, that was fun.
Yes.
Oh, goodness. Alright. Well, I'm having my character go back to his homeworld and such like that, so he can go into the retainers and everything. There's gonna be an advertisement, so... Erg. It's a shame you can't join us on the Crystal server, but honestly, Materia is probably gonna continue being our best option for collabing and such, just because, you know, I'm in the Oz, so it makes sense for me to go to Materia for the better ping.
Also, the one time that I was on there, the amount of people that hit on me was not okay, and I was rearing to get off that server.
Okay. Alright, I think Zabrella holds all my, thingamadoogs. Yes, she does. Oh, she's... I am going to need to clean up some of this stuff at some point. Because she's full. I'm gonna retrieve the maps, the sparklers, a hunk of metal that is clearly part of some greater hull, but resembles no component found in the designs of Gorland Ironworks or even the Garlean Empire. No idea what that is. Alright, so. Entrust you, entrust you, entrust you. I don't know what takes the cracked Nova cluster. I think that's my first person. Ding. Dong. Exit out to here. Over to here. Oh, okay, so I had them holding the job crystal thing. Nice. No, actually, no, you have way more slots. So yeah, I'll throw you in. I'll throw that stuff in here. You're not holding on to Nova Crystal nonsense. Alright. Yep, so you're still gonna go on for like another... Yeah, so 14 hours for you, and another 12 and a half for the other two, so you're not gonna be available until tomorrow. But that's fine, because tomorrow... God damn, the aura looks pretty crazy looking with that kind of a hairstyle. There's nothing seasonal going off right now, is there? Because of it's too soon for the for the seasonal thing, is it?
What seasonal thing? Do you mean the Moogle thing?
No, not the because I knew the Moogle passed. Isn't there like a Christmas thing that normally goes off in FF14?
Oh, that. Yeah, it's too soon for that.
Yeah. God, Australia doing Christmas in like November, like, you know, setting up for it has really fucked up with my brain. Because it's like, I get it. Like, the only reason I need to think ahead for some of that stuff is like with art commissions or something. Because I don't want to art commission someone like, you know, a week before Christmas when they're going to be stressed out as well. So I've actually approached like 2 different artists for 2 different pieces for my characters. For, oh my god, I'm down to 1 million gil.
What have you been spending it on?
Most recently, the motorcycle, and then most recently, the turnips. But one of the things I do...
Oh, the Thavnarian onions.
Yeah, Thavnarian onions, sorry. One of the things I do want to, like... I know it's a weirdy one to do, rather than just, you know, selling the shit. But I want to... Wherever the, wherever it is, because I have a number of items in here that are not in a glamour outfit, such as, yeah, this wind silk wedge cap, and the replica Sky Pirate's Helm of Maiming. I want to, like, get the remaining pieces for some of these things, so then that way, rather than it taking up, because right now I'm at, like, 659 out of 800. But yeah, look at this. Like, so many of my, so much of my gear is in the blues, where I would much rather have that turn into outfit ready, rather than some of the random, like, look at this. So many more of my outfits are because of, like, the leggings and shit. Although I will be real with you, I should probably get rid of some of the archer nonsense. And then go Laka. Yeah. I have so much fucking, random gear. Like, I've got 2 different sets of the, Tombstone gear from, like, the level 60 stuff, like a 250 and a 240. Chitoke, I can probably get rid of... I might need to get rid of, like, some of the green nonsense, perhaps, and then that way I only have, like... Oh! Actually, no, I'll get another time. I was gonna... Oh, wait, is the artifact gear able to go into the armory, or no?
I don't honestly know. I've never had that much gear in there.
Let's see. No, it's not armory. It's just glamour. That's it. So, but one thing to also figure out is glamour palettes. Like, I'm now in the quote-unquote end game of Final Fantasy, where it's like, oh yay, I just need to, you know, catch up with the patch content when I can, do, you know, the weekly alliance raid or some bullshit. Do you think material will be more active closer into the evening?
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, I'll probably do a revisit in like 4 or 5 hours. I won't be streaming for that one, but I'll definitely be in a VC for it, so. Oh my goodness!
I should be free, so if you need help, just give me a poke.
I appreciate it, and I definitely will, and I will most likely also poke Sacher and whoever is listening. Alrighty then, that is gonna be it for me today. We went for an hour longer than normal, but, you know, that was just because of waiting and such. I did enjoy running around doing fates and such, and some of, like, just the casual chatter. That was honestly fun. So for now, let's see who is online and who we can go and raid. And because I was playing Final Fantasy XIV, it recommends to me a lot of streamers who are also playing Final Fantasy XIV. Do we want to go for a Final Fantasy XIV person? Or someone else entirely different? I reckon we're going to go for someone entirely different. Kiwi Cat. Kiwi Cat is apparently doing something called Ultimate Raids UCOB or something?
Ooh, yep, that's an ultimate raid that is pretty difficult. And fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's, the major coils bosses, but all together.
Okay. Alrighty then. Well, we're gonna go raid into them, and we're gonna use the short and sweet himbo raid. If you don't have the emotes or you're not subscribed, you're welcome to use whichever other kinds of emotes you want. On with himbo raid, all caps. That's gonna be our raid message, by the by. Otherwise, I'm gonna say thank you everyone who came to this morning's stream and staying until the afternoon. I greatly appreciate it. As always, any contributions to the featured throne item would be greatly appreciated, as I do want to do a marathon subathon thing with it once I have it. Velk, thank you so much for helping me through the fates while we were waiting for the Alliance raid and for helping keep me alive. It was fantastic. I will definitely be, probably following up with you later tonight if I remember to stay awake. And we're going to go raid into Kiwi Cats shortly, and I hope you all have a wonderful time. Otherwise, I will hopefully see you all next time. Bye for now. Alright, looks like they're doing a treasure dungeon? Yeah,